We will call the, what is this? We call the City of Riviera Beach, Florida City Council Budget Workshop, July 10th, 2021. The time is 9:21 a.m. Can I get a roll call, please, Madam Clerk?
Mayor Ronnie Felder,
Here.
Chairperson Shirley Lanier,
Here.
Chair Pro Tem Kashamba Miller Anderson,
Present.
Councilperson Julia Votel,
Here.
Councilperson Douglas Lawson,
Here.
Councilperson Troderick McCoy, City Manager Jonathan Evans,
Present.
City Clerk Claudine Anthony is present, City Attorney Don Nguyen. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. We will have the moment of silence, the Pledge of Allegiance by Councilwoman Botel. Introduction, purpose of workshop, Mr. Evans.
Good morning, Madam Chair and Honorable Mayor Felder. The intent behind this particular workshop is to get direction and perspective from the board related to the following topics. We will go over the American Rescue Plan, health insurance update, the 2021 Community Value Survey, Reimagine Riviera Beach, capital project, solid waste franchise fee, and infill housing. This discussion is predicated on some of the things that we're seeing on multiple levels, whether it's some of the things that we've had conversations with the board individually or things that we know is a priority as we move forward. We know that the American Rescue Plan was legislation that was adopted that is going to provide the city in totality about $14.9 million. The state has the money and has 30 days to remit that money to the City of Riviera Beach and other entities. We anticipate that they'll probably remit those monies on the 30th day or the last date that they're statutorily required to remit the money, because obviously with all the tranche of money that they've gotten from other entities, there is interest that is being earned on those dollars. So we are going to ask the board for opinions and perspectives related to that particular program, and then what are some ideas and some solutions. Obviously, you all know that the only time that we can discuss these types of topics isn't in a workshop format like this, so this is your opportunity to provide direction to staff. Also, we'll get into an update about the health insurance program. This board, about 2 years ago, had some tough decisions when we were looking at our health insurance plan and some modifications that we had to insert more consumerism into the health insurance program. By doing so, we're happy to report that there is a 0% increase, so in essence, a rate pass. The health insurance line item budget is the largest single line item in the City of Riviera Beach's budget. So when you get a percentage increase in health insurance, it is sizable. So we're happy to report that, and Deputy City Manager McBride will go ahead and provide some information on that related to our health insurance. Our Community Value Survey, this is the second year that we've gone through this particular program. This year we've gotten an increase of about 284 persons that have communicated some perspective in the survey. You'll see that in the survey data, the resident versus non-residents that self-reported is about 50-50. We are going to break the data down a little bit more and do some more analysis to be able to really pinpoint those that have identified as residents and what their opinion and perspective is with regards to the survey. But as we heard at the last council meeting, tourism being a major economic driver for Riviera Beach, it also is important to see what the non-residents' perspective is related to level of service and some of the things that we've done. So Assistant to the City Manager, Noel, will provide an update on that, and then also we'll be able to provide you some more information as we analyze the data. The survey and its manual entries, because we had probably about 700 plus surveys that had to be entered manually, and they're 30 questions each. So it was a pretty tedious task. So we have now, it's all in the system, and now we have the ability to analyze the data and be able to provide you some more real-time information with regards to the Community Value Survey. The Reimagine Riviera Beach session, that was a session whereby the board instructed staff to engage the community as it relates to the capital projects and the capital projects initiative. We have done that, and our facilitator, Mr. Dana Nottingham and Ms. Noel, are here to provide some information with regards to that. Based on the high-level summary of that, there was support to look to build a facility, a city facility, within the Broadway corridor. That was intended to allow for the city to move a lot quicker versus a situation where if you look at the north or south side of Blue Heron, there is substantial conversations, discussions that would have to be had with regards to densities and intensities, but the facility or the property that the city owns on Broadway allows for some facility to come out of the ground substantially quicker. If the stars align and the board and the community are in support of moving forward in such a direction, we conceivably believe at the staff level that we can break ground on a new facility that's going through the planning and zoning and site planning process on the city's centennial birthday, which would be September 29th, 2022. And so that is a pretty quick window, but staff is already putting together what would be the solicitation documents or the vehicle to facilitate moving forward with that if that's the desire of the board. We will have subsequent workshops with the community as we have promised them to give them an update after we have the conversation with the board. So this discussion concerning Reimagine Riviera Beach is to get the temperature from the board to get a good understanding, and then we will follow up with the final draft report or the final report, and the board will accept the report, which is roughly approximately about 60 pages as it stands right now, and it looks at some of the market needs, and you'll actually hear that most of the persons that participated in the survey said goods, commodities, and services, about 70 to 80% of them purchase and do their business outside of the city of Riviera Beach. So as we're seeing the dollars that the disposable income from our residents are actually building economic wealth and growth and opportunity in other communities. And so what we want to do is instead of export, import that so we can benefit from economic development opportunities. We update on our capital projects. The most important and the priority related to the capital projects is obviously your fire station. So you'll see that the capital projects are quite lean because there's an emphasis on the public safety facilities and how do we move forward with regards to that. We are also going to talk about if there's projects within the CIP that the board would like to see shifted or moved or funded, then we need to have conversations of how do we get the necessary capital to facilitate that. We know we have had conversations about the roadway network. The pavement management study that has been commissioned by this board should be complete, I think, by August, and that would actually give you a rating for every street in Riviera Beach whereby we can make decisions based on the data and the information and the state of the infrastructure versus picking and choosing what roadways need to be a priority. The next and the last item would be discussion on the franchise fees. You'll find out that in the solid waste franchise fee that we pay or that we receive, a portion of that fee goes to fund code compliance and other things that the board looks to do. So as we go through that, we need direction from the board if there's an appetite to look at that franchise fee, and if not, then we're going to have to look at other modifications to the proposed budget that's in front of you over the next couple of weeks. So each of the presenters are queued up. The master slide is loaded. We ask that there probably be about 2 minutes between each presentation to allow for the facilitators or the presenters to switch out chairs, and then we should be able to move through. So the first item on the agenda, Madam Chair, is the American Rescue Plan. Director Randy Sherman of Finance will make that presentation.
Good morning, everyone.
Let me, for the record, Councilman Charlie McCoy has joined the dais.
So as you know, the American Rescue Plan was adopted back in March, and obviously the large focus and all of the discussion to this point is probably focused again on the subsidies or direct payments that are being made to states and local governments. Last Friday at the Marina, the city manager actually hosted an event to discuss the American Rescue Plan. It was 90 slides. It was an hour and a half. If you would like at some point for us to share that with you, Walter also has the video, and you can do that. But I didn't think you'd want to see all 90 slides today, so I've really boiled this down to a handful of slides for us to focus on. One of the slides that they had, this is a graphic presentation of all of the components that are in the American Rescue Plan. So the left-hand column here, at the top, those are the stimulus checks. Okay, so those are the direct payments, that they made. The bottom blue section are the payments to the states, municipalities, local governments, counties, okay? So as you can see, it's a significant portion, but it certainly is, compared to the overall amount of money that was provided, really isn't overwhelming. What's interesting in this, though, is if you look to the right, and I'll tell you that the middle is, unemployment and education, but if you look to the right in all the smaller boxes, they're about the same size in totality as the stimulus checks and the payments to the local government. And all of the issues that they have over there dealing with health, small business, housing, transportation, so those all within the American Rescue Plan have separate provisions and separate funding. So when we're talking about what we should use our funding for, we have to keep in mind that there is funding for some programs that we may be interested in that we don't have to use our funds for. We can go after those certain provisions. There are restrictions on the funding. I'm going to start with the restrictions for the money that comes to the city, that $14.9 million. Okay? We do have some restrictions on what we cannot use it for. So we cannot offset anything that we currently are doing. We can't use it to pay settlement agreements and judgments. We cannot fund our pension plans. And I'll tell you, our pension plans, the 3 city pension plans, are 100% funded, so that's not an issue for us at this point. We can't use it to match other federal grants. Okay? We can't just put it in reserves and hang on to it. We can't use it to pay debt, and we can't directly put it into some of our infrastructure projects. Now, there are infrastructure projects that are allowed, but we have to be very careful on what we use it for. So for eligibility uses, okay, we can use the money for public health. Okay? We can use it for economic hardship. We can use it for a revenue loss. So a lot of communities and states, as you heard during the pandemic, they were losing, they were just, losing lost revenue all over the place. Riviera Beach did not lose revenue last year. Okay? If you think of the programs that we run, we don't provide a lot of ancillary type benefits out there. So when I talk to somebody like West Palm Beach and their golf club is closed, or nobody's using the parking garages, they rely on those types of revenues where we don't. On the flip side, we have the marina, and the marina was packed because everybody was putting their boats somewhere because they couldn't take them elsewhere. So we actually did well last year. We ended up with about $1 million surplus, where other communities, were running deficits. So the revenue loss issue isn't even on the table for us. You are allowed to use it for premium pay. So if we had issues going forward and we wanted to pay above the minimum wage and we wanted to pay, that again is not an issue for us. Okay? So that doesn't fall in. The one that we're tending to more so to focus on is the very last one, where we can use these dollars for water, sewer, and broadband projects. So if you look at the $14.9 million, that in essence is sufficient dollars to pay for the design and engineering and possibly a good chunk of the administrative building for the new water treatment facility. So these are the uses that we can use on. Now, again, I'll tell you, the act was over 500 pages. There's a lot of detail. The Treasury regs are another 50, 60 pages. So, again, we're trying to keep this, at a high level. But the water and sewer is really where we're focused on.
Question, Madam Chair.
Yep.
So is that
Yes, go ahead.
effectively, or can it be applied retroactively?
It has to be spent after the act was, so only from March going forward.
So can we use it to offset some of the public health dollars that we've used in the past? Can we apply it
No, those were already applying for through FEMA.
Okay.
So when we were running the vaccination program, that again had separate funding for us to access. So again, local governments are gonna receive the money in two tranches, okay? We'll receive a payment this year, and unfortunately, I'll add on to what the city manager said, the state of Florida filed for an extension on the 30 days, because they said it was too onerous to pull off in 30 days, so they will hold the money for yet another 30 days. But we'll receive 50% this year and 50% next year. So we will have all of the cash in hand over the next, 12 to 13 months. Again, the 14 point. Again, here's the date, by March 3rd, okay? So you can only go back to anything from March 3rd. But the funds have to be fully obligated by 2024. By the close of 20, obligate. Doesn't necessarily have to have been spent. We could have a contract in place, but it has to be obligated by 2024 and fully spent by December of 2026. Okay? So again, this is another slide that was in the presentation on Friday, and hopefully you probably can read it, better in your packets. But in essence, what they're saying in the left-hand column, the revenue loss. Okay, so the blue column again is out of an equation for us because we really had no revenue loss. The center column that they have out there is trying to develop what's the best strategy for each individual government to try to use these funds. What is your need in your community? Again, they go through the public health, economic recovery, the infrastructure, okay? And again, trying to be equitable in your priorities and try to make sure that everyone is sharing in the funds that you're receiving. What they in essence recommended at the end of the day, again, is try to maximize the funding that you have, try to make it an investment, okay? And keep in mind that the act does allow people to work jointly. So we could get into an agreement with the county to do a business loan program or, help, anybody that was impacted by the pandemic. Rather than use our funds directly, we're allowed to work with others in that regard. But their emphasis was, again, make it an investment. Don't have the dollars just, it's nice to have and, we're going on a splurge here. It's focus on the community needs and try to, again, help the community, help everyone equitably within the community. And that ends that presentation, and I can take questions. And again, if anybody would like the longer presentation and the video, we certainly can send that out. On the 21st, our CIP plan obviously does not include the American Rescue Plan funding, was not foreseen back in September. So we'll be bringing a resolution to amend the plan to accept these funds. And then, again, that doesn't determine what the funds will be used for. It'll just be to get the funds in the plan. And the other thing I'll point out is the funds are coming to the city. They are not going to the utility district, okay? So if the city wants to give those funds to the utility district, we will have to have, an interlocal agreement between the two to pass those funds over to the city. But the first thing will be to bring it in and amend the CIP, and that'll be on the 21st. And again, if you have any questions, I certainly can answer.
Madam Chair.
Yes, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Mr. Sherman, for the presentation. Question.
Yeah.
The money that we're looking to allocate, are we looking to allocate the 7.4 or the 14.9?
I would do the 14.9, yeah.
Okay. Is it possible that we may not receive the other 7.4 million?
I don't think it's possible you won't receive it.
Well, based upon some scenarios,
Yeah.
there's looking at with the plan and just kind of reviewing the plan, the PowerPoint that was sent out, there are options of not receiving if the funds are not directly allocated for the 7.4 properly utilized. or if there's not a need determined by the federal government, then they're not going to actually allocate that 7.4. So for safety purposes and for the risk of allocating the entire 14.9, there may be a conflict. And also, I'd want us to prepare a backup plan if we did allocate the 14.9. So what options do we have? So I just want to make sure that we're all crystal clear on what we're doing with the finances.
Yeah, I mean, there's always the possibility that the funds are misspent and not in accordance with the final Treasury regulations. We get that on every grant that, we receive.
Yep.
But, I would just say that's, highly unlikely it'll be.
Highly unlikely. Okay. So right now, with the funds, 7.4, we should be receiving within, whenever the state issues. And then the additional 7.4 will go out within 12 months.
Correct.
Okay. So the only thing, if we do allocate this money today, I would just want us to have a backup plan or an alternative to where we're going to get the additional 7.4 in the unlikely event that the funds are not available. The pools that we looked at were of course, the water plant. Creating an interlocal agreement, you stated, is the only way that we could transition the money from the city over to the utility district. Would that be any conflict with what was determined by the federal government in regards to issuing these funds? Or would they have a concern with us creating that agreement to issue the funds to the utility district, even though it is for infrastructure at the end of the day?
Right. No. Again, if you go through the Treasury reg, you can work with nonprofits, you can work with other groups, you can, so that is in at least the draft regulations when they were released back in May. So I don't foresee that. That's, more a question for the attorneys.
Okay. And I guess before we allocate, because I would, number one, want us to really focus on water plant, having those funds available, majority of them anyway, and then also economic hardship, category number 2. But just making sure we're clear with our attorney side that we can actually create that interlocal agreement, because to allocate a majority of the funds and then having to come back and realize that we can't actually create that interlocal agreement would be counterproductive for us. The economic hardship, of course, is something that our residents desperately need based upon the pandemic, based upon the lack of assistance and support and funding that they've been receiving. There's been options of SBA loans, PPP loans, other funding and resources that have come out, but a lot of residents still are struggling. Small businesses, families still need those support. So, and then some of the hardest hit are the options that we can actually issue. So those would be the opportunities that I would want us to really address and delve into to create some funding streams for those 2 options. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Yes, go ahead. Ms. Davis? No?
Yes, Madam Chair. With regards to the opportunities to partner up with Palm Beach County to assist in the facilitation of some of the programs that they do have, a lot of at the city manager level, there's been discussions about cities working together in unison with the county or other municipalities to create programs that can have a larger impact versus everyone doing their own thing, and programs that are already in existence. How can the funding be provided to those programs to help those that are affected or were affected by COVID-19? And so one of the things that we will bring back to you all is some of the things that the county is discussing and opportunities to work with the county as it relates to some of the programs that they've issued in the past and look to continue to work through. So that is a opportunity. What we're looking from the board today would be some direction with regards to, do we want to target the monies towards the new water treatment plan? And that's what staff's recommendation is ultimately, because it is a situation where it provides a shot in the arm with regards to the project and allows for us to move very quickly to then come back and hopefully in the next 60 to 90 days, Washington can get something done with regards to infrastructure, and then that's a potential another tranche of money that can go in towards the treatment plant. So you may see a situation whereby you're borrowing very little, if at all, depending on what the financial arrangements are, to bring the plant out of the ground. Plus, there is substantial paperwork that goes along with any federal monies that is remitted to the city, and we manage the program. And so it is a lot easier to track and account for a specific program or a investment of that magnitude, one pay app, one processing. And so it is easier for the auditors to be able to go ahead and effectively audit and make sure that we're not sending any monies back to the federal government. So if the board has a desire to do any other programs with the $14.9 million, it would be staff's recommendation to look at general revenue or other sources of funds versus the federal funds, because you have a lot more flexibility to create or to augment or to expand an existing program that you may have. So just food for thought, but staff is requesting some direction from the board concerning the rescue monies and what the board's desires are with regards to that moving forward.
Madam Chair,
Yes, go ahead.
thank you. From my perspective, the most important thing to every member of this community is having clean drinking water. And I think it's the easiest way for us to keep track of this money, the easiest project for us to just say, let's put this money towards that and be done. So that would be my point of view, that we should just use it, take staff's recommendation, use it for the water treatment plant, and have it be a clean project.
Yes, go ahead.
I agree with that as well, and I know that the other pots of money, as you mentioned, Mr. Sherman, we could possibly go after if we wanted to do any business programs or anything for housing. So I think that would make the most sense.
Madam Chair?
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you. I actually agree with the moving forward with water plant. That has been the priority of this dais for the last, since we've been here. My only concern is making sure that we have that MOU in place and make sure that legal has reviewed it, that we can actually allocate those funds. I just don't want to waste time with that money, having it sit here and not being utilized, especially for residents. I do want us to also look at the economic hardships. So while we're going through this budget, making sure that we can address some of those economic hardships. And then I don't see any housing options on here or opportunities to provide housing for our residents, but we can find funds as well. I'm sure Mr. Sherman has some hidden somewhere, so.
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Sherman, so if that is an option, how do you craft an interlocal agreement to divert funds from the city to the USD?
Yeah, I wouldn't use the word divert. No, I mean, well, sounds so sinister, but, no, I just, no, I mean, we would enter interlocal agreements and say, we're gonna take these funds, we will transfer the funds over to the district.
So transfer is better than divert?
I think so, but that's just, for, to put towards the, the construction of, of the water treatment facility. It's the same type of agreement that we typically do with the CRA, where again, we're transferring a responsibility or we're transferring money. So when we did, for example, the Marina District, we had an interlocal agreement on who would fund what portion, and, we transferred money over there for some of the infrastructure. So it's the same type of interlocal agreement that we've had in the past.
Okay, so looking at the slide for eligible uses, would it be prudent to apply whatever the American Rescue Plan funds is to the revenue loss, which I don't think we had any, premium paid, and then remove the restrictions on the federal dollars by applying it to the programs that we do know were affected, and then in turn take money from GR, from the city, and then apply it to UD, instead of going directly. So if we already know that there are gonna be some restrictions on how you can use the dollars, if the categories are revenue loss, premium paid, water, sewer, and broadband infrastructure, dollars that we would have normally applied in GR to those categories, can we in turn then divert those dollars?
Well, we're not applying any funds to those categories. You're talking about
Right,
these categories.
three through five, and
Yeah.
you talked about specifically that there were a lot of restrictions on how those dollars are spent.
Right. So if you look at this, again, the county, it's county health. Okay, so again, when they pass this bill, they don't know who has what. And I'll just tell you, in Manchester Manchester, New Hampshire, we ran the health department for Manchester. You know, we didn't have a county health, we had local health. But that's not what we have here. So we're not in that category. The vaccination program that we ran, again, is being reimbursed by FEMA. So again, that doesn't, even though it was post-March, or part of it was post-March, March 3rd, we're not in there. As far as, again, the revenue loss and premium pay, those categories, again, don't relate to us. We could do the economic hardship, but again, the recommendation is work with the county, work with others, those boxes off to the right. Again, there is payments. Even if we don't work with the county, we could still go after other money for that purpose, which really then filters down, and the one that fits us best is that bottom category. Now, I'll tell you, I don't, you know, if you look at somebody, again, like West Palm, their only issue is, you know, again, I realize they have water and sewer projects, but they have to be specific types of projects. So if they're trying to put those dollars below ground, you know, to get that money spent by 2026, that's a hard process to spend. I think they're getting 30 million, 26 million, something like that. But for us, the timing couldn't be any better. You know, I mean, you have an RFP out on the street to build a water treatment facility. So to offset, my point, I guess, is those first four categories aren't in the general fund anyway.
So, Mr. Sherman, why did you specifically emphasize that the money is coming to the city and not USD, as if there would be some sort of barrier that prevents us from just applying it to USD work?
No, it's just put you on notice that we need to come back with an interlocal agreement. It's not a clean, here's federal money and it's going. It's not like they received a grant. You know, we get grants, they go to the district. You know, so in this case, this is funding to the city.
Okay.
And that, you know, so that it was just to, you know, be transparent on how those funds are coming in and we'll need to transfer.
Okay, thank you.
All right, very good. I wanted to ask a question. I certainly agree with the funding going towards the water plant, but I want to ask a question in regards to the housing piece. I know that you said that we can look at other funding through that stimulus package. Do we have someone actually doing that now?
Do you have the lobbyist?
With regards to the, we have staff that's looked at, and you'll hear that later on today about some infill housing opportunities. We haven't dove into the housing component and what can be done in regards to the housing component. That would be something that I think we can look to also partner up with the county. We have some relationships that Deputy City Manager McBride will talk about, that some partners are willing to come to the table to facilitate some housing in the city of Riviera Beach. But one of the things that, if it is the board's desire to really place an emphasis on housing, which staff believes you should, that general revenue provides you a lot more flexibility and allows for you to move a lot faster than the stipulations that go along with the federal monies. So if the board conceivably decides to put whatever amount the board is interested in, the recommendation will be, let's look at general revenue to put that in there, because that we're allowed to use that. We can move a lot quicker versus the stipulations and the tracking, because when you use this money, the understanding is that the paperwork process is going to take about 15% off the top to administer, and that's a conservative number, just to administer all the paperwork and all the regulations. So if you use it for, let's say, infill housing, every particular unit, every bit of information about those persons, there's a pretty tedious project whereby you have a lot more flexibility and latitude with general revenue.
All right, very good. Next item.
All right. The next item is Deputy City Manager McBride concerning, our health insurance update.
Been dizzy.
Yes.
We're gonna take about a 1 minute, 2 minute break to switch out with the next presentation.
All right. I introduce you for the housing component, that's.
Well, remember, that'll come up in the CIP section too.
Yeah. Yeah, should be.
I don't think so. I didn't see nobody else.
Right, right, yeah. Yeah, exactly. And implement.
Yes, yep, yep, we're in the back, we'll go back.
Did you? Just said.
The slideshow, man.
I'll never forget.
So Walter's gonna find a way to mute it, hopefully. Yeah. Subliminal messaging.
You got a bad one.
I remember. Right.
Change the item.
I remember. You know what? Yeah. Hey. Yep, exactly. Exactly. Got it.
Do it? Okay. Let's see. Oh, there it is. All right.
It's gonna be something else, I know it is. All right, we're gonna go ahead and get back started with the next presentation. Mr. Evans?
Yes, Madam Chair. This is going to be an update concerning health insurance, and Deputy City Manager McBride will make this presentation.
Good morning, Madam Chair, Mayor, and members of council. I hope you will see this as a good year for us, insurance-wise. Last year when I arrived, it was a pretty.
Speak into your mic so that they can,
Is it on?
yes, on now.
Okay, thank you. Okay. I hope, basically, if we move to slide number 1, you see that we will have no rate increase in insurance for this year. There are no changes. And basically, some of the reasons why we've ended up in this position, we did go out to market, but as a result of going out to market, our broker was able to negotiate with Aetna to provide us with no increase for this year, with no changes to benefits. Okay. And some of the rationale behind why they were able to achieve it was due to utilization decrease during the pandemic, okay, which helped considerably. And that was primarily people failing to go through with elective procedures, according to the Garin Group. Also, next, you see there are no changes in our dental insurance. However, our dental insurance is basically there and has been a 3-year rate increase, okay? So there would be no increase over that over the next year either. We entered that agreement in the year 2019. Our vision insurance also will remain the same with no increase for the next 12 months. Our agreement with UNA for disability and life, there's no increase for the next 24 months. The biggest change we have, and it's minor, I think, is with our EAP program. Over the last year and over the years, we have been utilizing EAP of South Florida, which is a smaller unit, and we, based upon the needs of our employees over the years, specifically with our first responders in police and fire, as well as one of the other incidents we had this year, we've felt and saw a need for greater services, more skilled clinicians, and once staff researched it, they saw that Aetna provided that wider range of licensed clinicians and offered a wider range of services. Over the years, we had paid EAP of South Florida like $6,000 quarterly, $1,500. The cost to us for Aetna is
Madam
like
Chair, can you repeat the price? Because I was
$6,000
per quarter.
quarterly. I think I said $1,500. No,
You said both.
over the years, I said we paid quarterly $1,500. I
Okay.
guess for a cost of $6,000 a year.
Okay.
Switching to Aetna to get that type of services will cost us $3,000 more. Do I have that right, Mr.? Okay.
Yeah, say that again?
Switching to the Aetna services to achieve these more skilled clinicians, greater variety and a greater number and a larger network, and to end up with a wider range of services will cost us $3,000 a year.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
Yes,
But
go ahead.
Wasn't we already using Aetna EAP?
Not to my knowledge, but I will research
I
that.
think
but-
so.
Okay.
Because I tried both, and
You tried both, okay.
yeah. And
Well, I guess
I
then
thought
that-
we had both. I know I tried South Florida, and then I came out.
I will find that out if they have been providing that, and I will send an email to everyone. I'll
Okay,
find that
well-
out from our group, yes.
I thought EAP for Aetna was a better option.
Well, that's what we're hearing from our employees, too.
Yeah.
Okay? And much more, what, the quality of services are much better. Okay?
Yeah.
And I've just heard a few
And
people speak
You
to
usually,
it.
when you call, you get somebody on the phone.
Okay,
South Florida, you literally leave a message and
yeah. They're
whenever
a
they call
smaller
you back.
network,
Yeah.
much smaller.
Okay.
Okay, all right. Anything else you want to add, Mr. Manager?
Yes, so for the board's edification, just a couple of things here is that assuming everything moves forward as planned, we look for an open enrollment period from the end of August till September 7th. We also will have an in-person session for employees on September 8th. And it's a passive enrollment, so folks would actually go online to select their benefits or make any modifications. One of the nuances that we have been able to discover, and we will work with the employees, is that a lot of our employees, especially when it comes to beneficiaries, set it and forget it. And we're going to educate and inform them about the processes to make any tweaks or modifications with regards to beneficiaries, and then ultimately letting them know what paperwork and documentations, and even sometimes if you're going to increase benefits, that you have to get a note from a physician. So we're going to provide that to the employees in advance of the open enrollment, because there is a short window, and if you do not make any tweaks or modification, it just rolls everything from the previous year to the next year. So that's something that we're looking to do. We are hopeful that the plan still continues to operate the way in which it is. We inserted some consumerism to where persons have, in essence, skin in the game as it relates to the cost for health insurance. So plan utilization, people are not going to the emergency room. They're actually going to see their, primary care physicians or what have you. Through the mayor's leadership, we also have an opportunity that we look to bring to you all for consideration in the next couple of months, working out some nuances with Found Care and the Quantum Foundation about the possibility of having a facility here in Riviera Beach. And in our discussions, there is the opportunity to have an employee clinic as an option, which in essence would assist a lot of our employees because a lot of them do not have primary care physicians. And so they only go to the doctor or the hospital when they have to. And so we want to make sure that that's easy and accessible, and even the opportunity for some free prescription medications as far as the maintenance medication. So we're looking at all those opportunities, and that's something that in the next couple of months, we have an exciting project that we think we can blend both a need for the county as well as the relationship with Found Care to bring a facility out of the ground. But that's in the early infancy stages, and that may be something that can also complement the offerings and help control the cost as we move forward. Because as I said earlier, it's the largest single line item in the budget, and the more we can control our health insurance, the better off we are in making sure that we have robust services. Another thing that we have also done, and that's been working in collaboration with Ms. McBride and the HR team in fire rescue, is that the EAP services for our first responders is a little different. They have the opportunity to hear from peers and get counseling from peers that have actually been on the front lines. One of the concerns that fire rescue personnel has communicated to me and the chief is that it's profoundly different when they call the EAP and ask for services and someone has never been in that particular situation and seen what they've seen. And so having that opportunity to have persons that have sat in those seats help provide the counsel for our fire and first responders is something that's definitely a need for the city. And so we've been allowing for that to take place. So that's separate and apart, because one of the big pushes, of course, and Councilman Lawson has been at the forefront of that, is mental health. And firefighters see a lot, so do police officers, and we want to make sure that we have that service that ensures that they're able and capable of being able to respond at a moment's notice when the community needs them. So, Madam Chair, that concludes our report. If there is any questions, staff will be prepared to answer any questions the board may have.
Madam Chair?
Any questions? Yes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, first thing, during this last year, I know that Aetna did disclose that a lot of the elective procedures, and the reason that we didn't have this increase is due to residents not utilizing the insurance for that process. But this is a major accomplishment for us when it comes to this rate pass, and there's no increase, because I believe over the last 5 years we've had steady increases on our insurance. That's just taking a hit and a burden on our finances. So this is a great accomplishment for us, but I want us to be very proactive when it comes to incentive programs for our employees, whether it's assisting with the vaccinations, whether it's being proactive and preventative with health care, with preventative procedures, that we can actually get them into a process of being prepared for getting back into normalcy. Because now we're going to start to see that even though we did not have a rate increase this year, with people getting back into the real world, they're going to start to look at those elective procedures. They're going to start to fall into those positions where it's going to be more inclined and prone to utilizing that insurance. So creating those programs, I think, is vital for us to make sure that we can continue to keep that insurance low and possibly even get it reduced if possible. But that's just going to be that preventative care. Mental health, as you stated, is one of the priorities that I want us to really focus on. But we'll address that when we get a little bit later into the budget. And I believe the assistance for employees, I know we spoke about a few programs that I know the mayor is bringing to the table, and then a few other ones that we've worked on. But what other programs can we create? We spoke about the gym membership. We've spoke about the programs for our firefighters and police. What else can we truly do to alleviate and to stop us from actually having those increases next year. Because I want to make sure that we can look at the next 3 to 5 years to make sure that their budget remains low based upon insurance premiums.
Yeah, that's an excellent point, and actually I have weekly conversations with the chair about the second phase of the component, which is healthy eating and lifestyles and those changes in wellness. And so we are looking at opportunities to continue to encourage our employees to utilize gym memberships to eat healthier, what the options are. And so we're looking at how we build out that program. But I think one of the biggest challenges is modifiable health behaviors. What can we do to address some of the comorbidities in our community, and looking how we treat diabetes, obesity, those types of things that have been a challenge. And so the next phase of that is looking at it holistically. You'll also hear in our Reimagine Riviera Beach Center, or Reimagine Riviera Beach session, we didn't use the word recreation, we used wellness. Because any facility that we look to come out of the ground, we want it to be all-encompassing. We want it to be something where somebody can go in and get a healthy smoothie and get a healthy option as it relates to lunch, versus you have to go there just to work out. We want to be able to look at it from a mental health perspective, what they're consuming, physical activity, things that people can look at participating in, and it spans the life cycle. So the next phase is certainly more activity, and then looking at wellness and nutrition and options that we have for employees to even help them as it relates to what things are that they should buy at the grocery store, things that they should cook, those types of things. And so the next phase is that wellness component that I think is lacking in the particular structure that it is now.
The urban garden that was created was a great step for the community. Thank you to our chair and to our colleagues and to staff to actually getting that out of the ground, because that actually provided an opportunity for our residents to address some of the healthy food eating. But we need to just take it to the next step, addressing the food desert that we have, creating fresh produce throughout our community in different locations. The only location that residents can really get fresh produce is the Publix right here on the corner as soon as you come over the bridge. So it's really just kind of getting deep into it for our employees and residents. But since we're talking about the insurance, making sure that we can kind of provide that programs for that. But that's a great first step. Thank you, Ms. Evans.
Sir.
Thank you. You have,
Madam Chair, let
Yes.
me correct him. There's Myers over on Military Trail and Leo Lane. They have fresh produce, and that just so happens to be in District 1. So if you ever come on that side, check it out.
Never been there, sir. Never been to your side.
all right, very good. Thank you.
All right.
Next item.
Thank you. All right, the next item is the 2021 Community Value Survey, and Assistant to the City Manager, Ms. Marcia Noel, will be making the presentation.
All right. Can I click this? Oh, I think I'm missing a slide. But that's okay. We'll roll with the punches. All right. First and foremost, my name is Marcia Noel, Assistant to the City Manager, and it's my pleasure for the second time now to present on the annual Community Value Survey. The Community Value Survey is meant to gauge the community's sentiments as it relates to city operations, services, quality of life. And so there were about 33 questions that were asked, core questions that were asked to the community at large to gain their perspective. We do have 2 new questions that were added, and they are specific to tourism. But everything else is basically the same questions we asked last year. We're just asking them again to basically see how we're doing. And our goal is to continue to do a comparative analysis so that we can understand, where the community is in terms of how they perceive the city. So we'll start with the background. As you can see, there's just a few points I'm going to mention. So first, the survey timeline was within 5 months. It's the same time frame that we used last year, and it proves to be pretty effective because it allows us plenty of time to get into the community and to acquire the feedback that we're looking for. This year, we have 916 responses. That's up 264 responses from last year. Last year, our goal was to obtain 500, and we exceeded that and got 658. This year, our goal was to reach 1,000 responses, and we got pretty close to that. And we were able to reach that number primarily because we took advantage of our human services program, specifically the vaccination program. Similar to last year, we took advantage of the masks and the food distribution because we understand that those activities draw a lot of people, where thousands of people are going through these distribution sites. So we brought surveys with us to the vaccination sites, and we were able to use a segment within each of the vaccinations to have folks respond to the survey. In terms of completion rate, this year we have 97%, which is up from the 88%, which is good because, like I said, this is a pretty long survey. You're looking at 33 core questions. And typically, when you run a survey, it's quite difficult to get folks to answer just 5 questions. So to have folks sit down and take the time to go through each of those questions is something that's pretty impressive, and we're proud of that. In terms of the implementation, we have 2 ways that we provided the survey, electronic and paper. So electronically, we've received 108 survey responses, and through paper, 808, which is a lot of surveys because each of those surveys are several pages long. So we were able to input that information into the system. A brief caveat, this is a opinion-based, non-scientific research survey, so basically we did not use scientific methods. We're more so approaching this as a simple survey just to get community feedback on satisfaction when it relates to living, working, playing in the city. And then also another caveat to consider, not sure if it made much of an impact in terms of some of the assumptions that we're making from this survey, but the COVID-19 pandemic, it was an unexpected phenomenon, and it's impacted various aspects of our operations and services. And so though I think that we've done a pretty substantial job in mitigating some of the issues and really addressing some of the issues that came along with the pandemic, you never know. Sometimes with that, it can set up a perspective for folks when it comes to what they think about the city and maybe how we've dealt with certain things. So moving on to the next slide. We're gonna get into the demographics first. Like I've done in the past, basically the demographics will provide us a backdrop or an understanding perhaps as to why folks answered the questions the way they did. After we get through the demographics, we're gonna get into the core questions, which are going to be the items of values. So for the first demographic question, and just so you know, I'm basically gonna go through each question and show you basically how folks responded this year compared to last year.
Let me stop you right now.
Yep.
There's about 40 pages in here in terms of all of these questions. I would like for you to, we want to see all of them, but in the essence of time, you can kind of hit some of the highlights of the survey and, some of the demographics, some of the responses.
Right.
But there's about 40 pages here, and if we go question by question, it's just going to take too long.
Yes, so I've timed this for about 30 minutes. I can bring that down just by speeding through it, but I do want to make sure that we take advantage of the opportunity to.
Okay, well, I just want to, I saw 40 pages. I didn't want to get caught up in, an
I understand.
hour or so,
I agree. I did not want this to be an hour-long presentation. I did my best.
30, we can work with 30.
That's doable?
Yeah.
Okay. Yep, so I'm just going to go briefly through them, just pointing out key points. For the first question, what kind of resident are you? As mentioned earlier by Mr. Evans, we saw half and half this year. We saw an increase in the non-residents that responded to the survey, being that the vaccination site was a main point of obtaining these responses. Obviously, the vaccination site attracted a lot of folks from outside of the community.
Madam Chair,
Yes, go ahead.
Let me stop you right there and just insert this. So we should already know that, because I looked through some of these, that these numbers are going to be skewed. So some of these folks obviously are not going to know the district. They're not going to know the police response time. So, let's start off with that disclaimer that half of these people were folks that came through the vaccination, and I don't even think, because I was sitting there when I did mine, and I was pretty honest, I was looking at people just Christmas treeing because they weren't Riviera Beach residents, and this may not be an exact or a good sample of what I think our community really believe, but I do see some in there that I think is worth mentioning, so.
Yeah, no, that's actually a good observation. So we understand that there are folks who may not have the adequate experience or insight to answer some of these questions, so we take that into account. What you'll see is a lot of neutrals.
So were you able to extrapolate the residents versus the non-residents and kind of match those residents to some of the questions? I mean, how does that work?
Right. So what I was going to do is kind of show you more details in terms of
all right.
how many residents were specifically answered versus non-residents. But I will say again, you'll kind of see how the information is laid out. Like I said, where you see a lot of neutrals are likely going to be those individuals who are not residents. But we do see similarities from last year in terms of if you factor out the neutrals, you'll see similarities in the trends and how questions were answered for residents who made up predominantly in the last results that were presented last year.
And to add on to Ms. Noel's point is the information, we've got the data now where we can manipulate and play with the data, but it was a pretty arduous task to implement it into the system. So now our next analysis is looking at those that I self-identified as residents and then see where the trends are and see if it goes in line with what the majority was saying. So we have the ability to play with the data, and then we can bring that back to the board to say, hey, if we just took out those that identified as residents, this is in fact what they said. And then the other side of it is some folks on their license have West Palm Beach, and some folks don't even know until they get notice from us that they're in Riviera Beach. So there is that side of it as well. And the other side is that perception is reality in the business that we're in. So if someone's in our community and we should be conscientious of what their perception is of our community, because that's an indication of investment, whether it's tourism or their disposable income and the like. So those are things that we also want to capture as well and say, hey, what are folks saying or what's the sentiments, holistically, and then also making sure we drill down to our residents.
Right, and just to add to that, I think there is a value in hearing from folks who are not necessarily residents, because we have various types of stakeholders, whether you're a business owner, a visitor, or what have you. Ultimately, we want to be a city for all people. So I think maybe next year we can actually ask specific questions as to, whether are you a visitor, are you a business owner, like what other role you may have here in the city, because I think that provides, again, a greater context to the overall results.
So you didn't ask, or you didn't want to have just residents, you wanted to be open?
Yeah, we had this, because the survey's available online, and like I said, we handed this out also to the vaccination sites, which we know welcomes a wide array of people, so it was open to anyone, really, and that's why we have the non-resident question asked, because we know that you're like, we might likely have those who aren't necessarily residents in the city. So the next piece here, this is just a bit more of a breakdown in terms of the specifics on the number of residents versus non-residents, and then we also have seasonal. So for the 84 folks that answered this question, like I said, it's half and half almost. So for permanent residents, you have about, they make about 47.51% versus the non-residents, which are 49.43%. And then last year, it was predominantly residents. Like I said, we had about 658 responses, predominantly being those who are residents of the city. Moving on to question number 2, which district you reside in? So we asked this question for 2 main reasons. The first, during the process of the survey, we just want to gauge how each district is doing. We understand that everyone's experience is different across the city. Perhaps it can lend itself to how folks answer some of these questions. And then also, I think it implicates that, we can educate and better help our community understand how we're organized. Largely, we see that folks that answer these questions are not sure which district they reside in. And then obviously, we have those where this is not applicable if they're not a resident of the city. But aside from those 2, we see that we have a pretty good response from District 4, then District 1, 2, then 3. 2020, we see a similar trend. A lot of people are not sure. And like I said, you see District 4, 1, then 2, then 3. For this question, do you own a business in the city of Riviera Beach? Largely no, and there hasn't been any significant changes to that. Last year, it's the same response. Question number 4, do you own property in the city of Riviera Beach? Largely no, whereas last year it was
Could you
largely
tell-
yes.
I'm sorry, I don't mean to keep interrupting you, but could you tell, when it says, do you own a business? Are there numbers with those yeses and nos? Like, are there numbers associated with that?
Specific numbers in terms of how many of
Yes.
those, yes. I didn't include it in here because it would make the presentation a lot longer.
It would be curious to know how,
Right.
92% of the 886.
is it, so the yes, it would be what, what's that, 10% of the 886?
It's under 10%. Under 10% said yes.
So under 88,
So maybe 7, 8%.
80.
That's a lot.
Yeah, that's a lot of folks. So, and you know, what I'll share in the end, which are my key takeaways, is maybe finding a way to better engage our business owners, folks who do own businesses in the city, because we understand that their input in a survey like this would be important as well. Question number 4, I think I went through this, but just again, largely no. This time around, obviously, because we have a larger number of folks who aren't residents versus last year where you saw largely yes. Question number 5, how long have you lived in the city of Riviera Beach? So if you factor out those who said that they're not a resident, we're seeing a similar trend as we did last year. Most individuals who reside here were here 10 years or more. So these are your, deeply rooted residents, individuals who have a history here. They likely are part of the generations that have been within the city. And then following that, you see those who are here from 5 to 10 years, 1 to 3 years, 3 to 5 years, and then less than 1 year. And like I said, similar trend last year, predominantly those 10 years or more. Question number 6, what best describes your primary residence in the city of Riviera Beach? Now, we didn't see much of a significant change. Again, if you factor out the non-applicable, it's primarily single-family homeowners or those who live in those sorts of homes. Last year, like I said, same thing. So what is your sex? We see that women are overrepresented in our survey, which is awesome. But nonetheless, we do want to see an increase in our male population participating. Question number 8, to which age group do you belong? So as anticipated, oftentimes it's your older adults, your seniors that are most engaged in when it comes to our activities. And so we're not surprised to see that it's similar to what we saw last year. The only difference I would say is that there's probably less seniors. So when I say seniors, those 66 plus, but for the most part, we saw an increase in 51 to 65-year-olds. Question number 9, what is your approximate pre-tax household income? Largely between $50,000 to $100,000 is what we're seeing in terms of the income levels for those who mostly participated in this survey. Which is, oops, I think I'm going ahead of myself. Or I'm missing the slide. Yep, so I think I'm missing the slide up here. But if you look at the 2020 slide, you'll see a similarity in that trend.
I'm sorry, can you just, that was number 9?
Yeah, there should be a 2020 slide for this. You don't see it? Okay, somehow it's missing. I apologize about that. Let me see. I have it in mind, so I'm sorry about that. For question number 10, there we go. What is your highest level of education attained? This year we added 2 response categories just to make sure we added adequate options for respondents. We added high school and some college, which is obviously, as you can tell, which makes up most of the respondents in this survey. Similar to last year, we see largely those with a bachelor's degree, and then after that, you see some high school and then master's, so forth. Now we're going to get into the community sentiments as it relates to items of value. These are the core questions that get to the community's thoughts on the quality of life, services that they most prioritize, and things of that sort. So what type of residents do you think the city of Riviera Beach needs more of? Similar to last year, largely single-family homes. And mind you, most of those who responded to this survey are in single-family homes. Question number 12, why do you choose to live in Riviera Beach? Aside from other, we're not sure as to what other may mean specifically. Perhaps in our next survey, we can provide a text or an opportunity for them to enter in what specifically an other would mean so that we can consider other options that are on the survey. But aside from that, largely it's location. Then you see that it's being raised in Riviera Beach. And third is the affordability of housing. Like I said, similar to what we saw last year. All right, so question number 13. Is the city of Riviera Beach an affordable community? Largely agree. And that basically stayed the same compared to last year.
Madam Chair.
Yes, go ahead.
So if I can just dialogue, you know, some of these numbers are making sense. So if you look at I guess the median income that we seen, I guess it's more than median. It was more than the majority.
Yeah.
It was above the 50%. So obviously that would align with whether a person thinks it's affordable. But again, you know, we see other numbers and other statistics that show that we have, I know Ms. Lawson has alluded to it, but what's it? 24.5%. Come on, Doc. You already know what's in my brain. So I think it's great. And even when I looked at the women obviously do the survey more than men, and then I just kind of think that we have that digital divide. There's a lot of factors that plays into these numbers, and I can see that there is some truth to it because young folks, they're like, a survey, I don't have time for a survey, you know, and I hate to say it, but sometimes that aligns with the educational attainment, where a person who has more education tend to participate in these surveys just because they know that
A lot of assumptions, yeah.
Yeah, and I think this is a great, and I literally wanted to make sure that I was completely honest, and I want to reserve because I really want to work on this transparency or the appearance of transparency, and I think that certainly, you know, we have to deal with the perception a lot, but I think this was good, and these numbers are kind of aligning with what we do know, and then who some of the active participants in the survey.
Right. Thank you for that observation. That's actually pretty important, and that's something that, you know, I saw going through the data as well, is that how much of this actually relates to what we're observing in real life. And to your point, you made a lot of good points. To question number, I think I went through the affordable question. So question number 14, is the city of Riviera Beach a safe community? Now, interestingly, this year we saw an improvement to this response in the perception of safety. So though you see that it says largely neutral, again, being that half of the respondents are not necessarily residents, it's possible that they may not necessarily have the experience or understanding as to maybe what their perspective is on this, but we do see an improvement where you see agree. Last year it was lower. It was under 20% agreed that this was a safe community compared to this year where you see it's over 20%, which is important. Perception of safety is important. Granted, we do want our city to be safer, statistically speaking and so forth, but we understand that perception is king oftentimes, especially when you consider how we're marketing our community and welcoming development and improvement so that we can create a community that everyone can thrive in. Question number 15, is the government of the city of Riviera Beach a transparent organization? We see that though it says largely neutral, aside from that, we saw an improvement in this question with that agree is over 20% this year versus last year where it was just at about 20%. So we're seeing this positive shift where for us as a municipal entity, we want to see our community perceive our transparency as being something that we're improving upon, especially as we look at the various communication platforms, the meetings, the events, and so many things that we're doing to basically increase public awareness. That's something I think that we should certainly give ourselves some credit for. Question number 16, does the city of Riviera Beach communicate well and engage with the public's input? So again, aside from the neutrals that we're seeing here, the large neutral that we're seeing here, there has been an improvement on this question as well. We see the agreement is pretty high compared to last year. Last year was just below 30%, whereas this year it's over 30%. So question number 17, how would you rate the overall appearance of Riviera Beach? Again, aside from neutrals, but what we see here is somewhat attractive actually went up this year. So everything above, and anything that's yellow and above, so from very attractive to somewhat attractive, if you kind of add that all together compared to last year, we're doing pretty well in the perception of appearance. And maybe we want to consider some of the activities that have taken place throughout the year, whether it's the cleanup activities or anything else that's contributing to this. I think that this is certainly a pat on the back because this is what our goal is to become more of an aesthetically appealing community to welcome the change and the development that we hope to see. Question number 18. Please rank what the city of Riviera Beach should focus on and improve in over the next 3 to 5 years. We see the top 3 areas of service being basically maintaining the same status as last year. So we see infrastructure, community aesthetics, and redevelopment being the top 3 areas of focus for improvement over the next 3 to 5 years.
Madam Chair.
Yes, go ahead.
Ms. Noel, I'm looking at it. It looks like job creation actually jumped that.
Job creation?
Yeah, job creation jumped community
Hold on,
aesthetics from last year to this year.
Oh, wow. Okay, so that's my oversight. I apologize for that. Thank you for pointing that out. But yep, you are correct. So job creation did. So this year, so let me restate that the top 3 this year is going to be infrastructure, redevelopment, and job creation, whereas last year was infrastructure, redevelopment, and let me see here.
Slides are out.
And community aesthetics. There it is. Yep. So job creation actually rose, which makes sense when you consider that infrastructure and redevelopment can welcome job opportunities in the community. But obviously that is an area of significance, especially in light of COVID-19 and some of the employment challenges that folks have been experiencing. Okay, question number 19. Which do you value most? So we have this year police, fire, quick police and fire services, building an attractive community, and revitalization of businesses and shopping areas as our top 3, which is similar to last year.
If we can hold back, we can go back to that slide, which you value most. I do want to point the attention to the board that you have the challenge of selecting how funds are appropriated and which departments you fund. And you can see 390 people did not answer that question. And so it's telling as to how challenging it is in your particular seats to have to make the discussion or the decision as it relates to the allocation of resources. It's almost like picking your favorite child. And invariably, when I've done exercises like this, where we've had residents that have sat in your particular seat and have gone through an exercise like this, invariably, they never make cuts to the budget. They always increase the millage rate, and they always provide additional funding to public safety. So I think when folks had to make that decision, some of them skip that because that's a hard decision to make in some degree, or they don't have all the information to be able to make that decision. So it just shows you that those things that you have to ponder and think about is a challenge for a lot of folks, and they bypass that because you have to pick your favorite. And that is done intentionally to get the community sentiments or the perspective from persons that are participating in the survey.
Yeah, and I can say just on the data end of things, when the information was being input into the system, you saw folks where you did see a conflict. Some people wanted to list them all as number ones and number twos and things like that. So we know it's a difficult decision. It doesn't mean that, that one is technically more significant than the other. Granted, they all have their respective significance, but it is quite challenging to get a solid response on this question. So question number 20, how do you primarily receive information about the city? We didn't see a change. Apparently, folks are receiving information from a variety of places, whether it's newspapers, word of mouth, social media, city website, maybe even some other areas as well. Question 21, what type of volunteer opportunities with the City of Riviera Beach would you be interested in? And we ask this question because volunteerism is an opportunity to build bridges. In my former employment, volunteerism was key to some of the functions of the department that I worked in, and we saw that, inviting the community into the operations of the city provides for them to learn more about how we operate and how they can help us solve problems and become, solution makers themselves. So this year, we did see a slight change. So the top three areas of interest is special events, youth programming, and community cleanup. So Ms. Jacobs, perhaps maybe when we do the next cleanup, there are folks from this list we can pull from to help us volunteer and something like that. Versus last year, the top three were special events, youth programming, and the advisory boards. Question number 22, do you know that only 38.1% of your entire property tax bill comes to the City of Riviera Beach to fund your local government? It's important that we ask a question like this and see if there's improvements over the years, is because we understand that, municipalities face challenges when it relates to looking for new ways to pay for things, to pay for services. We have our own constraints, and we're talking about new fees this year. We're talking about some very important budget decisions. And so it's important for the community to understand the environment that we're kind of dealing with. And so by asking this question, I think it kind of gives them the opportunity to really see that, hey, it's probably not the way that they assume of government when it comes to the taxes that they're paying and how much of that actually comes back to their city. So largely, we saw no difference in their awareness as to how this is dealt with. So largely, no, they have no idea. Question number 23, did you know the average property tax bill for a single-family residence in Riviera Beach is $1,685 and only $646 is remitted back to the city? Largely no, consistent with the question before. Question number 24, would you agree to pay higher user fees to support the recreations department? Now, this might be a good thing in terms of the change that we saw. So we saw an improvement in the attitude, more. We have more yeses compared to nos this year, and in light of the Parks Master Plan community engagement activities, where many individuals in our community got surveys sent to their home. Maybe they participated in workshops to learn more about the intent on revamping our parks and recreation opportunities, perhaps because there's more information available as to what the city's plans are. Maybe the shift is due to that or some other things as well.
And Ms. Noel, if we could stop right there. One of the things also you saw in the master plan is that most persons wanted to interact in passive recreation, outdoor recreation, and in light of the pandemic, everyone was looking for things to do, and so there is more of a desire to pay for recreational services because for a long time, and especially during this period, outdoor activities were really the only activities that were allowed or permitted to be able to move for a period there. So there is some context that we have to look at that particular question, but overwhelmingly the community's sentiments were in the actual scientific survey is more wellness, passive recreation, where they want the walking trails, they want the access to the water, they want fitness or those kind of things versus what we have traditionally seen that is more your, standard sports, football, basketball, baseball, et cetera. So there is more of a desire to see some changes, and those that participate in the program paying the cost to defer the expenses so it's not a subsidized operation related to recreation. So, we are going to look at that and see what we can do to at least break even for some of our programs, but also trying to capture some of the things that folks have communicated in the scientific survey related to the master plan.
All right, question number 5. Rank which survey you value the most. First, to all the department directors that probably may be watching this at some point, we value you all. It's just that we have to select just a handful, most of the core services, to get an idea as to where folks are with this. So the top 3 from last year maintains its status this year. Police, Public Works, and Fire are the top 3 options here. All right, next question, number 26. Is the City of Riviera Beach business friendly? So we saw an improvement towards this question compared to last year. We saw an increase in yes and a decrease in could improve. That's very good. That's very positive, especially being that a large part of those who responded are non-residents, because we want to welcome individuals into the community if there is interests out there to invest.
Noel, go ahead.
Well, I was just going to say, but
Yeah.
not so fast.
Okay.
Because if we remember in the beginning, only about 80 people or so were actual business owners.
That's true.
So this is a perception question. And I just, I would agree with the could improve part.
Yeah.
But, this, 715 people, and maybe if we had to guess, all of those 80 responded, so you got another 600 and some odd people that are just giving their perception of it.
Well, and Madam Chair, if I may, another part of it is people can perceive it as if I come to pay my utility bills, that's me doing business with you. So it may not be just the brick and mortar or the lease business. It may be any interaction with persons may have on the business. So you can look at that, 2 sides of that coin.
Yeah. Or it could be folks who may not have a business, but maybe considering the Riviera Beach as a potential location. I mean, there's so many different ways you can see this. There's a variety of people that's responded, but certainly I think that there's room for improvement still. We are not completely out of the clear, but to see even just an incremental change is a positive thing as we're headed towards changes in the community.
Madam Chair?
Yes, go ahead.
Ms. Noel, what was the intent of the question? Is the City of Riviera Beach business friendly? Was it for the fact of the actual business sector, private sector, or was it for the operations of city facilities? Because as to Mr. Evans' point, it could be a little bit of gray area confusion with what they were responding to. But what was the actual intent?
Yep, so to your point, it's to serve different purposes, both for the city side of things, how we create a better business-friendly environment for both customers and the business owners. Business owners can see this as, okay, well, if it's improving, perhaps we can go more granular and create specific surveys for the business community to maybe break that down a bit more to understand from a business owner perspective as to what exactly is leading them to that kind of sentiment. I think everyone can kind of take something from this to improve, their respective operations.
Well, understanding, what was the point and intent of this question?
I can speak to that. The intent is anybody that interacts with us or does business with us, so whether it's a resident or business community, we wanted to get their sentiment. Is there room for improvement? Absolutely, but even the smallest interaction from the utility payment or BTR, those are the kind of transactions, because those are the transactions that occur more frequently. So it really is geared towards, if I had to say prioritize, I really wanted to hear from the residents and their interaction with city departments related to, hey, I needed a BTR, I'm paying my water bill, or those kind of things. Where the business community, to Ms. Noel's point, I think we have to create another survey and really target them differently, because their needs are different than our residents.
And that was actually my feedback. And to Ms. Noel's point, that was one of the questions I had in regards to creating a business value survey for our business and private sector, just so that we can kind of get true feedback. But just, I didn't want there to be confusion with this survey when it came to what our intent was for the question, so that we could truly address the interaction with the public, with our facilities. Okay. Thank you, Ms. Noel. Thank you, Ms. Evans.
Question number 27, where do you see the city of Riviera Beach in the next 5 years? We actually saw that there's been an increase in the sentiment, better than now, which is great. We're maintaining optimism, and we want to increase that over time, especially as we look to make, continual decisions that are going to impact generations to come. Question number 28. Are you proud to say you enjoy working, living, and playing in the city of Riviera Beach? We asked this question because this is our motto, essentially, and we want to make sure that we're living up to it, or that we're getting to living up to it. So for this question, we saw a positive result, which is that we saw a decrease in, I think, sometimes. And the great thing about that is that we want folks to reach a yes. Yes, it is clear that working, living, and playing here is something that we enjoy as a community at large. So we're proud for that improvement, but certainly we want to improve that over the next few years. And so the last two questions, and I hope I'm doing pretty good on time, is going to be on tourism. These questions were asked for two main reasons. One, it was to also assist the Tourism Master Plan Committee. And then two, we understand that tourism plays a major role when it comes to our economy and quality of life, and can lend itself as we consider aspects of tourism that we want to enhance in the community. So question 29. How much impact do you feel tourism in the city of Riviera Beach has contributed to each of the following for residents in the city of Riviera Beach? Now, I apologize because this is actually showing a lot smaller than I would like it to, but I'm going to go ahead and kind of give you an idea as to what the different bar colors mean. So if it's green, it means a lot of impact, to orange being no impact. So for the statement improving the local economy, largely, they believe it has a lot of impact. For, for funding?
Reducing the tax burden.
Oh, thank you. For reducing the tax burden, largely neutral. Actually, I'm having trouble on my laptop as well.
Creating jobs.
It's noticeable.
Yeah, thank you. I know. I have glasses, and it's literally like 2 inches close to my face. For the next statement, reducing the tax burden, largely neutral. I think folks maybe do not have an idea as to whether or not tourism impacts that particular sentiment. We have creating jobs. Largely, they believe there's a lot of impact in that area. And then lastly, improving quality of life. Largely neutral, but close to that. Largely a lot of impact. Okay, last question. This is the finale. Overall, what are your feelings towards, I like the action, okay, makes it more fun. Overall, what are your feelings towards tourism in the city of Riviera Beach? Green being makes a positive impact to orange being has a negative impact. Largely a positive impact. And so I'm going to quickly talk about or go through the key takeaways for this presentation in light of everything that was shared.
Advance the slide.
Huh?
You got to advance the slide.
Oh, sorry. I apologize. I'm using multiple things here. So before I get into the questions, I'll just briefly state some of the takeaways that we can move forward with after this presentation. So the first, one key observation made as it relates to the demographics, like I said earlier, You know, there's probably better ways that we can engage some of our underrepresented groups, particularly those 18 to 35, our young people. We talk about how can we keep individuals within that kind of age group in the city. We know that in that age group, these are working professionals, some of them are going off to school. We want them to come back. We want them to build their families here. We want to consider their interests as we look to build our community and transform our community for this generation and the generations to come. How to better engage low income or low education attaining folks. That population is just as important as any other population in the community. And when we talk about job creation and things of that sort, perhaps there's better ways that we can reach that subgroup of individuals, because we want the city to be a city where everyone can thrive. And then also the business community, right? So we want to consider maybe a better way to engage the business community. Perhaps we create a business-specific survey to reach out and to target that group in particular to get their feedback. Second point, we saw overwhelmingly that there's a preference for single-family homes in the community. Granted, largely those who responded that our residents here are single-family home dwellers. So obviously there's a skew towards that. But nonetheless, as we look to redevelop the city through capital projects and other plans, perhaps balancing the interests of the community versus market demands. Third, top reasons for living in the city maintains its significance. So location, affordable housing, being raised in the city, we should look to maintain and use these traits to leverage activities and plans to transform and improve the community into the future. Takeaway number 4, the city is making improvements in its transparency and communications and should continue doing so. We should build on that. We should become more innovative in the ways that we're doing this. Number 5, improvement in perceived safety. We may want to look deeper into that sentiment to see what specifically is it that the community thinks that we're doing that's improving that impression, even if it's just a slight change. Is it PD activities? Is it the cleanups? Is it anything else that we're doing? Because addressing crime is going to be very important as we look to meet some of our strategic goals, especially as it relates to development. I only have 2 more takeaways. Number 6, optimism remains high, and that is something to be proud of. We must maintain momentum and to continue meeting expectations. And then lastly, tourism. Tourism should be a part of our regular discussions and in our planning and decision-making when all things are considered. Our beach is large in part why tourism is successful here in the city. It's a major asset, and when connected to other assets and opportunities, I think that it'll allow us to really set the bar in the Palm Beach County area. And we also understand that it has direct and indirect benefits to the community as well. So that completes my presentation. At this time, if there's any questions or comments, feel free to share.
Madam Chair?
Yes. Go ahead. You're recognized.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, that's you.
Thank you, ma'am. Ms. Noel, thank you. This is exactly what we wanted to do, get as much feedback as possible. In addition to my colleagues' phone calls, emails, interactions with the residents, these surveys give that in-depth knowledge to what the residents truly need. So thank you for your hard work on this first and foremost. And I really want our budget to be aligned with what our community is asking us for. So this kind of gives us that direction. I loved question 15, talking about transparency. And at first, I thought Mr. Evans' memos were just kind of, kind of OD, like he used to have them every day. But, but honestly, it's telling that story that we really need to do and increasing that transparency within government. So I appreciate that work from, Mr. Evans and that montage with the best city to live, work, and play at question 28. So those are some of the definitely positive things that we want to see. Telling our stories is vital, and that's something we have to continue to do to really just to deviate from the negative image that the city has and the connotation they've had through the media over the last many years. While we did increase the total number of surveys, the number of permanent residents I saw drastically kind of decline this year. I agree with individuals from, outside of the community being responsive and giving feedback, but I want to try to increase those permanent residents and our residents that are here. So when we do the next survey, I want us to kind of focus on how do we really attract and get more residents to respond to it for the next couple of surveys. Based on some of the policies and feedback, one of the takeaways I saw was the single-family homes, really addressing the housing and housing within our community. So I know we have the housing discussion on our agenda for today, so that's something that we can talk more about, but also really putting some money into that. Infrastructure, redevelopment, and job opportunities, I want us to really look at that as well when it comes to applying some of the budgeted money to addressing the top 3 concerns. And last thing was business value survey. We did talk briefly about that, but looking into creating an actual survey for our business sector, our private sector, small businesses, marine life, everything that we have that's so vital in our community, that's kind of the foundation of our community. I want us to look at possibly addressing that in the next few months to this year, to creating a survey exclusive for them. Okay? That was just some of my feedback, but again, great job. Thank you for the information. Thank you for all the insight, and let's just continue to push forward. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
All right, very good.
Madam Chair?
Yes, go ahead.
Mr. Lawson, I think, summed it up pretty well. The only thing I did want to say was regarding the communication part. If you've ever been on the dais where you did not get any communication, you will actually appreciate all of the communications that we get now, because that wasn't always the case. So I actually appreciate it very much, because, there was a lot of times where you didn't get anything. So I appreciate it, and thank you so much for the survey.
So you're saying you didn't get daily memos from your
No,
city
I
manager?
didn't even sometimes get monthly memos. So.
So we just spoiled now, huh, right?
All right.
All right, very good. I wanted to say, no, go, you want to? No.
Just again to thank Marcia. One thing that I do want us to not forget about is the fact that workforce development is a key to our success here, and I'm very hopeful that in this budget we hire an economic development person, whether it's director level, management level, so that both workforce development and tourism can fall under that rubric and umbrella, and take that responsibility, because it's critical that we continue to have the workforce development programs that we've already initiated. So thanks again. Good survey.
I just wanted to say that, first of all, this is kind of like what I do every day, and I'm in the process now of conducting a needs assessment for Palm Beach County for people living with HIV. There's 8,500 people in Palm Beach County who are HIV positive, and the program that I work for serves about 3,000 of those. Means that's 5,000 people either in private care or not in care at all. So what we did was put together a sampling plan, which provides us information, targeted information about each of these, people that we're trying to find. So I think that maybe working with a professional in this area of surveys, because this is good information, but it's too many skips, too many not answered. It's all commingled together with business and non-residents and residents. So it's really hard to kind of extrapolate, some real good data from it. But it's a very good start in terms of looking at some, targeted surveys to at least maybe even just, like you said, businesses, maybe just the districts, only residents, because we had to make sure that the people who did the surveys were HIV positive. We didn't want them to complete the survey if they were not, because the questions, they could answer them, but it wouldn't do us any good. So out of all that 8,500 people, our targeted number is 368. So, it's a small amount, but you are able to extrapolate because you have these pockets of people that you are trying to reach, and it's targeted to those people. So I think that, next year we need to have a professional. Not saying you're not.
Oh, no, that's understandable. No, that
Not
we
saying
understand.
not. But someone that can bring this information statistically sound, because we want to be able to use it. And this interpretation is just that. It doesn't have any statistics to be able to say this for sure is what's happening in Riviera Beach. And, just to target just residents. So, yeah, it's excellent.
But I think that because this is bringing back so many responses, that we need to beef up in terms of professional researchers to be able to get this information that we need.
Madam Chair, if I may, to speak on that, and certainly one of the things that we're going to be requesting as part of the budget process and seeing if the board has the desire is, as we get ready for our centennial, we want to talk about rebranding or branding. We have logos and images and likeness all throughout the city that are different. We don't know where the sailfish came from, and where the logo is. And then, I looked at, if you look at the city of Key West, Florida, they have the conch shell. And that's such a, pretty symbol, and that really represents a lot of our traditional heritage in our community. But that branding process incorporates that survey to say what is the things the community wants, what their opinion is, what the likeness is, what the color scheme is, because I think all of us have been here long enough that if you get a memo from me, the memo format from me may be different from the memo from the chief. We want to standardize all the stationery, everything that we have, the logo, the brand, the website. And so that is the second phase of what we're going to ask the board for, is money to go through a comprehensive rebranding. And then you have a situation where you unveil it as part of the centennial celebration as we get ready to turn 100. So you have the logo, and then you have another logo that you can utilize for other publications, similar like West Palm Beach. They have their city logo, and then they have, WPB, so there's other ways for us to do that. And that's the second phase of this. So when we do have that conversation, the board will have input on what questions you want to ask, because that's going to be something that's statistically valid, because you want that to make sure that whatever you rebrand or whatever that the community has buy-in and is involved in the process.
Yeah, we just want to be able to target. We can't survey 33,000 people. So once you put together a sampling plan and know how many people that you need to target, because last year you said, I want to get 500.
Yeah.
But statistically speaking, you need to get a sample size to be able to say we've covered the whole 33,000. So that kind of data for us will just, it can guide us in terms of, what we need to do here for the residents. Because they've told us, they don't, 10 people maybe come to the meeting to do public comment, but you still have a city of 30,000 people. So getting that information from them will be able to help us and guide us in terms of how we are dealing with public funds.
Completely understandable. And also with something like this, we see it transforming over time, looking at other opportunities, whether, to your point, hiring professionals, or getting on board different types of survey softwares and things like that are maybe more advanced, maybe more sophisticated, can break down the information.
But even that, you have, 2 major universities here. You can use some of those research students, some of those professors, they'll be happy to do a project like this. You don't have to pay for it.
Yep.
So, yeah.
All right.
All right, very good. Any more questions for the consumer?
Community values survey.
Yeah. I'm thinking, I wanted to say consumer survey, HI. I was, going down that road.
Madam Chair?
Yes, go
I
ahead.
just want to say thank you, and I think it was very useful. I would say more, but I'm getting the eye from Pro Tem, so that means she doesn't want me to say anything else. But Ms. Noel, thank you. It was very useful.
Thank you.
And I too want to thank Ms. Noel. I'm
that's
blue-green
very
colorblind, so I could not present the survey.
No.
So that's why that was one of the
forget.
first projects. Then when Ms. Noel joined the agency, I said, "Hey, you mind doing this?" So
No, that's excellent
yeah.
work, because one more thing, to have that many surveys and have to put them in by hand, that is a lot of work.
It is.
A lot of work. So my hat's off to you.
Are you going to give her the eye, Pro Tem?
No, I want to have time for questions, because I knew I was going to have a lot of questions for this.
Yeah.
I ain't want y'all to cut my questions off. All
Madam,
right, very good. Thank you so much for your presentation.
Madam Chair, if you can give us 5 minutes so we can go ahead and give some folks a break and get ready for the next
Okay,
presentation.
5 minutes, and we'll come back with the next presentation.
Mr. Dana Nottingham, that's going to provide you a more comprehensive analysis and presentation at a future city council meeting, but we wanted to utilize this opportunity to get some direction and perspective from the board as to how do we breathe life to the exercise that we participated. So without further ado, Assistant to the City Manager, Ms. Marsha Noel.
All right, thank you, Mr. Evans. So I'm sure many of us already know who Mr. Dana Nottingham is. He's worked with the city in the past, and because he does such a great job, we thought to bring him back again for this very important initiative. I've had the pleasure of working with him for an entire month, putting together our community engagement workshops for Reimagine Riviera Beach. So today really is just an introduction, a synopsis really of our 4-week program. We look to bring him back for a full report that's going to specifically address the key takeaways and things that you are going to consider as a policymaking board when it comes to the Reimagine Riviera Beach city reconstruction of facilities. So without further ado, Mr. Dana Nottingham.
Good morning. How you doing? Very good. What I'm going to do today is take really 12 hours of quality time that
I thought you were going to say 12 hours.
No, I'm going to have a 12-hour presentation. No, I'm going to take 12 hours of I'm going to take 12 hours of our experience with the community and condense it down to less than 15 minutes. Less than 15 minutes. So I'm going to save you some time. Now, I'm going to speak fast, interrupt me, and I want you to know my role as a facilitator, is much broader than getting people to talk. I think the value of what we did is that we were able to have a deeper conversation with a smaller group of people, which is valuable input to you. And I will tell you, I'll share with you sort of the quantitative side of those discussions, but the qualitative side in terms of over those 4 events, you could see a change in focus, and you can see a change in sort of consciousness about the urgency and need of what was being done. And you started to feel the momentum that people were really believing that we're doing something that's important, that's going to position the city for the next 50 to 100 years. And the reason for that, and I happen to believe that, okay, and the reason for that is when you take the master public improvements program that you've advanced, it's really making a tangible difference in like 6 or 7 different areas. Too often we just talk about projects and we talk about it incrementally, but what we're talking about is improving government administration and municipal services with the city hall. We're talking about public safety, emergency operations, water resource management, lifelong learning and library services, physical mental health and wellness programming, coordinating park, recreational services, and doing it in a way that will attract private investment that will expand the tax base. Okay, now we're going to talk about projects and sub-projects and all that kind of stuff, but there's something bigger going on. And I'm so happy to be here today because sitting here listening this morning, I learned a lot, okay? So what I'm going to present to you is me, Dana Nottingham, objectively using my experience to translate and summarize what the community said. My job was a little easier in terms of structuring it as a survey, so forth, because you gave the manager and me specific options that you wanted input on, okay? A lot of moving parts within those options, but specific options, and let's just call it an organizational sort of framework for people to react to. Now, because the public improvements included some private development that potentially could have retail opportunities, we structured a survey just for this group and just look at it as just a small sample size so that we could go deeper. Now, just as a footnote, I love this conversation about the research and data because you listen for 4 workshops of people who are expressing that they shop outside of their community and then they are eager to express what's not here that they want to see, okay? And when we talk about research, I think a great example of untapped potential being quantified so it helps to attract development is Marina Village. That when you did the hotel demand study and feasibility study, that was something that a developer could sink his teeth on and see the opportunity just like that, okay? It was sent out as part of the RFP process, okay? Now, just take that same kind of thinking and think about this untapped potential that we have here. You may have a need to do a retail market demand study. So if I'm interested in opening up a restaurant, I'm interested in shopping center, whatever, I don't have to wait 3 months to do my study. Okay, I can say, hey, this community is baked, ready to go. Here's the quantification. All I'm going to do is get my person to come and verify it. Okay, because you think about it, if you as a developer, if you're doing an RFP, you're responding in 30 to 60 days. You don't really have enough time to do in-depth market research, and it's in the fine print. Okay, I'm going to agree to this, whatever, but it is subject to, okay, me having time to do some validation. Okay, so there were 10 things that I heard this morning and I learned about. At the end of my talk, I'm going to come back and call it personal commentary, but in the presentation, I'm objectively translating for you what I heard from that community. Now, I'm going to tell you what those 10 things were that you enlightened me on that I'm going to come back to. Number 1, is it a safe community? Number 2, government transparency. 3, does city government communicate well and public input? Health and wellness consciousness, okay? I'm going to put in that little bundle just sort of lifelong learning because you also have a library on the table. What do you value most? The whole 38% of the property tax fund funds local government. Change in consciousness, which goes with the change in values. Parks master plan would pay, the residents are inclined to pay more for recreational services. Of course, police, public works, fire, 11, tourism, and branding. I mean, you have your conversations, whether you're connected in the dots or not, okay, these are the dots that need to be connected and translated into economic strategy and placemaking. So let's talk about the workshop. First of all, we opened the workshop with a simple theme, that opportunity has 2 sides of the coin. And I've been hearing that a lot, and that's great, okay? This opportunity that you presented to us, one side of the coin was to update 50-year-old buildings that have exceeded their useful life. And then the other side of the coin is how do you do that in a manner that catalyzes broader revitalization in areas that you have targeted for revitalization. The workshop objectives were structured around being progressive and interactive. Progressive meaning they built upon each workshop, and interactive is to have a deeper connection in, I'm just going to call them smaller focus groups. And what we did, we had, the first workshop was introductory. The second one, we focused on the site development alternatives A, B, and C. In the third workshop, we focused on a retail preference study, okay? It was a simple 2-pager, and the facilitators went through each of the questions. And probably the most significant question was we identified 9 retail categories, like drugstore, hardware store, doctors, whatever, 9 of them. And we asked them, where do they shop for these things, within or outside of Riviera Beach, okay? We also asked them what's not here, what would you like to see here? And then we got into some really specifics in maybe 2 or 3 areas, like the neighborhood center that you go to, how many times do you go there? How many times do you go to your favorite sit-down restaurant, and where is it? Is it within or outside of Riviera Beach? Probably the most specific question was, do you go to eat after church, okay? And if you do, how many times do you do that every month, okay? And that's just a question that I ask in every urban community I go to, because I'm curious about it, and it always blows my mind, okay? Because if I was a restaurateur, I would be here, okay? If I was a caterer, I would be here. You wouldn't be driving 20 minutes here to eat or whatever. No, I'd have just a buffet after church every day as a community event. So there are tidbits of information in here, and that's the beauty. The more you get into the market and what consumer wants, that's the information that the businesses want. And so you need to do it and package it for them, make it easy for them to generate interest. So the takeaways, let's get right to the takeaways, all right? And let's start first with the option A, B, and C, okay? I don't know if I need to go through A, B, and C. You guys know your A, B's, and C's. I've been saying it so much.
Yeah, the
Okay.
needs to know, yeah.
Option A is the relocation of the city hall on what I call the south parcel, which is on the south side of Blue Heron, where Wells Center is. That's A. Option B is the building of City Hall where the existing City Hall is. I call that the north parcel. Option C is that the City Hall would be located on US 1 Broadway, and the Wellness Center would be located on what I call the south parcel. So the Wellness Center was not on any of the other alternatives. It was only on option C. And in option C, there wasn't a location for the library. The assumption was, the word that was used was off-site location would be determined for the library on option C. So you have City Hall off-site. When I say off-site, it's not on north or south. And library off-site somewhere, okay? Off-site, the library, yet to be determined, is a really critical question when it comes to positioning your city. So we'll come back to that. So that's A, B, and C. We got that, right? All right. Now, remember, when we did this in the second workshop, we had 19 people. Okay, so we had a small group, but a good sample, and we went deeper with them. They divided up into 3 groups. So, I mean, what else could we do? We did the best we could, 3 groups, going deep, and you guys had provided the organizing frameworks, and then I took them and further simplified them, okay, just in the interest of time and comprehension, all right? So that was the stage that was set. Now, the most preferred option was option C, okay? Option B, with these 19 people, no one preferred it. And option A, 9 people preferred it. Yeah. So option C,
So it was split.
what do you mean flip?
You said you had 19
Split
people.
half and half almost.
You said you had 19 people and 10 preferred seats.
Oh, I'm sorry, 30 people. I'm sorry,
Oh, okay.
I'm confusing you.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
More than 19.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. There were 30 people. So there's 21 for option C
Okay.
and 9.
Okay.
I'm thinking about the other one. Okay,
Okay.
so, you know, it's, you know, that night, it was skewed that direction. Okay? And I have to say, and I have to take responsibility for it, the way it was set up, because remember, I'm setting up this workshop. I don't totally have the benefit of everything that's going on here. So I'm just sort of objectively saying, you know, what's the most important thing that has to be conveyed? And so you started out, how do you define success? And you define success in terms of, again, one side of the coin, update these public facilities, and the other side of the coin, how do you do it in a way that catalyzes private development? And that's where we started. So people started to look at option C and see it starts to address those two sides of the coin in terms of locating it on US 1 Broadway, that you get 2 for 1, that you help to catalyze Broadway and US 1, and then we had Scott Evans to come in and make a presentation on Avenue E, okay? So that started to skew it. Now, the other thing that started to skew it was the conversation about the Wellness Center, because people were asking, you know, what is it? And even, you know, when I'm in a workshop like this, there are two kind of questions. I get the questions when I'm talking in public, and those who ask questions in public, you know, will ask, some are shy or whatever. But then after, I get a lot of questions when it's one-on-one. And I got barraged with a lot of curiosity about the Wellness Center, okay? So I started to be a little more descriptive in terms of what it could be. The manager has shared some things with me, and you could tell that, you know, a light bulb was trying to go off, okay? Was going off. So that was workshop number 2. Then in workshop...
Let me ask you a question. I wanted to know, I don't know if I heard that at one of the meetings that I attended, but was there any discussion in regards to the loss of revenue with option C? Meaning if a governmental entity goes on Broadway, that takes money, land,
No.
potential development from...
Well, no.
Oh, okay.
But we got to put everything in context, all right? The north parcel, the south parcel today is not generating any taxes, okay? It's not generating any taxes unless I'm missing something.
No.
Okay, I didn't miss it. Okay. Now, if you go, as you go, what? What are y'all laughing at? Come on. That's just you behind that mask. Okay. As you go to option A, now you got a situation where the public uses are on the south, and on the north side, it's all private. So you're generating taxes, okay? And then, let your imagination go, a potential train station may come. It could be subject to higher density transit-oriented development. So now, you know, you got half of the site not generating taxes, but is generating tremendous community benefit. Because you guys have talked about it today, about the importance of wellness in healthy, strong communities.
But that wellness could be a part of that corridor regardless. If
It could
City
be
Hall is
anywhere
there.
in the city.
Yeah, regardless if City Hall is there or not. And then I also wanted to ask too about the issue of, you know, we're gonna have to address it. We're looking at C, this is just the beginning of us talking about how we're going to look at our new City Hall and facilities. And I'm still torn between A and C. I like it where it is, and I think that putting it on Broadway is going to kind of take some of the, you know, we're looking at Broadway as a downtown, and to put a city hall there and take that revenue, this is just.
Take that revenue.
Yeah, taking that property that won't generate any,
Well,
I mean, but.
I hear you.
Yeah.
I mean,
But I also wanted to address.
there's
the
two
fact-
sides to that coin, though. There's always two sides to the coin.
And we're gonna have to address the you know, the wells, I mean, that recreational center.
Yeah, I was going to say it, I hadn't got to it yet. There was a sort of a preference for option C, but there were exceptions. Like the exception was that a lot of people wanted to move the public safety complex that's in the south quadrant of the south parcel in all of the options, police, fire, and emergency operations, that not all, but most of them wanted to relocate that to Blue Heron, to actually front Blue Heron. And the, you know, we didn't get into specifics or responses.
Yeah, because if we're talking
Because
about,
we just want to capture it.
Right,
But they were
right.
concerned about noise and traffic and so forth.
But when we're looking at option C, you know, we have to have this broader discussion about, and I mean, this is with the public for sure, furthering this discussion about now what happens with the library, now what happens with,
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Okay, because let's stay on that a second.
okay,
Okay. I had a very interesting conversation in one of the groups, and we were talking about relocating police, fire to Blue Heron. All right. I said, and I asked the question, why do you want to locate the police station there? It's a simple question. Well, we want to locate the police station there to deter crime. Okay.
to Blue Heron.
Yeah, to Blue Heron. And so I'm making a point. I'm not the expert. I don't live here. I offer a different point of view. Let me give you a different point of view. From my experience, and I'm not talking about River or Beach, I'm talking about working in 8 urban markets across the country. Do you know how many times I hear that? Put the police station there to deter crime. Do you know how much crime is deterred? You make you make your own assessment. And so if you are thinking about positioning your city for the next 50 to 100 years and making it more inviting for tourists and for the people that live here, is that the mindset you want to drive it? Or let's talk about a different mindset. We're talking about crime. Let's talk about health. You got people dropping dead in the street from strokes, diabetes, cancer, and so forth, every day. So that was what I would call a consciousness conversation. Okay, that because they're changing consciousnesses over the 4 workshops. Okay, so it's not to say one as opposed to the other. It's to say that both are important. Okay, and this is personal commentary. I think what I'm gonna have to do is footnote when I'm making personal commentary, right? Because I'm not getting to the end. Okay, but I'm gonna tell you this is
No, that's fine. Go
no.
ahead.
I'm gonna tell you this is personal commentary. Okay, the wellness center. Let me back up. If we are talking about wellness in 2021, and the core basics of wellness, we're talking about 3 things. We're talking about water, we're talking about food, and we're talking about fitness. Okay, just from a consciousness standpoint. Well, guess what? Your plan, no matter how intentional or unintentional it is being organized around those 3 pillars. You're redoing the water plant to protect and conserve the water resources for the next 50 to 100 years, for the next generation. That's what you're doing. Okay. Food. you already have movements going on to make people more conscious of what they eat, healthy eating, okay? Fitness, okay? That's the concept. That's one piece of the concept of the wellness center, okay? So if you take your helicopter way up and say, you know, from a real basic kind of level, what are we doing here? That's what you're doing. That's what you're talking about, and that's what the community, regardless of what you're talking about, that's what the community is saying. That's what they're saying. You know, there's a lot of excitement about the wellness aspect of the conversation. Okay, so
Mr. Nottingham, if I may, Mr. Sherman, I think it's germane to the comments of the chair. Can you speak to what the TIF or the tax increment financing, what it does as it relates to that property on or off the tax roll, and where the location of said facility, what it does as it relates to the funding and the ability to fund?
Yeah, we've looked at all three parcels, whether it's figuring out which one you're going to give up to put a city hall complex, whether you build it on C, you build it on A or B. One of those parcels is then effectively off the board for a revenue source. By placing it on Broadway, by placing City Hall on Broadway, whether you're taking it off of B or you're taking it off of A and B individually will produce far more revenue than C. So if you say, okay, we're going to not put it on A, we're going to put it on C, A will generate far more revenue than C ever would generate. The additional benefit that we
Back
get,
up, what is it? Explain that.
There's more development opportunities on A and B than there are on C. Okay? If you put it on, if you have private development on C, and that money does go to the CRA, you know, because that is within the CRA district. The beauty about putting City Hall on C is the CRA can contribute to the project. When we built the City Hall down in West Palm Beach, the CRA in essence funded the library and the parking garage because it's in the CRA district. So, you know, you can play with those things as you go around. And if we still have the ability to put some private development on C, you know, so whether the ground floor includes, you know, the Starbucks and the, you know, some businesses that are more downtown type, you know, businesses. Because again, if you look at West Palm Beach, they have the photo center, and you know, you may or may not know, but there's some offices in there that people rent. I think they're typically elected officials. That's their local office. You know, they're renting offices if they're a statewide official. So again, there are other opportunities on C. So by stepping away from A and B, it's actually financially beneficial to the project.
I see. And also I want to say that we must, I mean, wellness is considered to be holistic, programmatic.
Yes.
In terms of, you know, overall wellness. But people in this city want their parks and recreation. They want parks, they want recreational centers. So we have to also consider that as well.
Well, it's a part of it.
Right.
It's a part of it.
Because the wellness center, from what my understanding is a building that could possibly be on Broadway that, you know, clinic, you know, one-stop shop type of health and wellness center.
Well, we maybe not today, but at some point in time, we need to talk about what the it is, because it hasn't been totally defined yet, but it's being defined.
Right.
Okay. But the way I look at it, under one roof, okay, you have fitness,
right,
which we're, you know, we know what that's all about. Maybe there's another piece of it. It's more health monitoring, outreach, and education kind of thing. Like you could actually go there and get your blood pressure, get whatever, get a PSA test if you're a man, whatever. And indoor, outdoor activities, whether it's pool.
You know, to add, the model that we're looking at is more of your institutional, your university wellness centers. So you have your basketball gyms, you have your aerobics classrooms, you have your free weights, you have your machine weights, but you also have a cafe operations. You also have, an opportunity whereby persons can get a smoothie or what have you. So it's all encompassing that folks from every generation can recreate at the same facility, and mom can walk in and the kids can go into a indoor play center or a virtual play center while she's in aerobics and dad may be at the double gyms playing basketball. So it would actually have way more than the existing offerings, but it would not deter from our existing rec program. We're calling it wellness because it's not going to be your 4 basketball goals and free weights. It's going to be more than that. And as it relates to the universities that we're looking at, we're actually going to have those facilities, those blueprints, as well as opportunities to tour some of those facilities to get a look at how one particular facility that may be 30 to 60,000 square feet serves a community of anywhere from 5,000 to 55,000 on the recreational offering. So we're looking at that model because that has, from the we're talking about aquatics elements in there. So there is, you can walk in and if you make a right, you can go to the splash pad and the beach volleyball, and you make a left, you go to the double gym. So we're not going to go away from our existing parks and recreation programs. We're just calling it wellness because we're looking at it holistically and want to attract more users. Because at the end of the day, we want to have people cancel their membership at LA Fitness or another gym that they're going to and come to our facility because we just have that much more to offer.
So for this conversation, let's just call it a healthy lifestyle center, to be defined, because it's broader than health club.
So that mean that would be another parcel on Broadway?
No, well, I'm not speaking to the location, I'm just speaking to the use
Just
now.
in general,
I think the location is something you have to come to after we define what the it is. And not just define what the it is, define the adjacency and positioning of the uses, because there's certain uses that together create more synergy. All right? And
No, I like the idea of a wellness center, but wellness can be included. You can go to the fire department and get your blood pressure taken. It's inclusive of libraries.
Okay, well, let me.
They have this whole thing of wellness going on at the urban farms. So I understand that concept, but I don't want to get bogged down in another project because we're focusing on City Hall, a new library. We're doing these fire stations. Now, there's another project that's coming in now with the wellness center. And trust me, I'm all for that. But we're going to have to figure out how all that works together.
Yes.
Yeah.
Madam Chair.
Yes, go ahead.
But we're doing the Parks and Rec master plan and trying to get information. We did the survey of the residents. So I think putting all that, I think we're kind of talking about something that we probably don't need to be really getting deep into right now, because we still have information that we need to use from that survey. And I think all of those things, I know when the guy called us, that was a lot of the stuff that he talked about.
Yeah.
So I think we
got a
probably
lot
can
of
move
surveys
on
back
with this part here anyway.
And to
And we're
provide
beyond 15 minutes, just so y'all know.
and to provide clarity that the wellness or the recreation, the intent is that it's either on the north or south side. So it stays, Wells Recreation is still going to be Wells Recreation. It may be Wells Wellness Center or whatever it may be, but the element is still there. It's not that we have to acquire additional parcel and find it. No, there's going to be a recreation footprint. If you move City Hall, that's more green space or more developable space you have to move the puzzle pieces. But we're still going to have that recreation component.
Yeah, I'm still torn between those two choices, but I'm just trying to make up my mind as we're discussing these pros and cons of moving forward. But
No, no.
5 minutes, Mr. Dana,
What?
5 minutes.
You guys took all my
Can
time.
do 15 minutes. I don't know why, he had a great expectation, but Mr. Nottingham does not speak in 15 minutes. I have yet to see that.
You already know that.
I could have done it in 15. No. I could do it in 15 minutes if I take the questions at the end. Okay. I could do that.
We gon'
Okay, so I'm really gonna go fast. I got 5 minutes.
go ahead, Mr. Dana.
Okay, but
We enjoy you, we do.
no. This is the point, though. I had to say this. I had to say this, okay, because the cancer of redevelopment and revitalization is fragmentation.
Right,
Okay,
I agree with that.
is looking at it as projects, not looking at it in terms of value creation. What am I talking about? Let me make it real for the developer.
Break it down.
No, let me make it real. I walked to your beach today, okay? I look forward to come down and bring my granddaughter. She's 7 years old. Now, this is the deal. I go to any beach, I go with my granddaughter, we have the beach experience, okay? I would love to have an alternate experience, okay, to take her to do something else. Now, and I haven't said this to Jonathan yet, but I'm just saying this to.
So why are you gonna say it to my bosses? I'm just kidding.
Now, see, now he didn't put me in check, so he just shut me down. But I'm just making a point about fragmentation. Okay. The most intergenerational use that you have, that you're talking about, is the library. What's another intergenerational use? The wellness center. Okay? Now, imagine if they had a relationship to each other. Now, I'm here with my 7-year-old. I'm spending my tourist dollars. Okay? Now, you remember my tourist dollars. And remember, tourists like to go where the locals go because that's more authentic. If you have authentic restaurants, that's where you want to go. So if I'm at Riviera Beach and I hear about this neat new library and this neat new wellness center, and the neat new library has these outreach programs that are linked to Peanut Island and all the stuff that you have going, the dive site and whatever, and those things are related to each other, well, we're going to plan a trip. Okay, we're going to be on the beach today, but this afternoon we're going to work out, you go to the pool, mom's going to be doing this, and we're going to do it all there together at the wellness center in the library. Now, I only say that, I'm not pushing that, but I'm only saying that this is about creating synergy, okay? This is a small city, 35,000. The smallest city that I do business in, that I've been doing business in for 30 years, is Norfolk, Virginia. It has 200,000 people, okay? They have totally transformed their downtown. You don't have 200,000 people. You're not gonna have 2 or 3 museums on Broadway and all that kind of stuff. So no, in the next 5 years, next 5 to 10 years. Down the road, I see it. And I love that kind of thinking, because that's what Russell Wilson's father used to tell him. You know, why not me? Why not you? Okay, so why not? But what you can do when you're smaller, what you do has to be special. And you still can attract people by being who you are, what you are, make it special. So I use that to just illustrate this point about fragmentation and the potential to create synergy, and that even gets to branding, okay, and creating a place that's locally relevant, because the locals want it, and regionally appealing. That creates value. If you start talking about independent little projects, you're not creating something bigger.
So now we're at 3 minutes, but go ahead.
Yeah, when you get to 5, I'm gonna stop. And so,
Oh, you got 3 left, go ahead.
No, when you get to 5, you're gonna stop. So,
we got you, yeah.
You got me?
I mean, let's stick to the points, because,
Yeah.
I mean, I'm not normally one to push time, and, you know, I'll be here all day, but we gotta stick to the
Right.
points and
Okay.
move on.
So let me give you some highlights from the retail preference study. Okay. As Jonathan said, 80% of the people who responded to the survey, there were 9 retail categories of what goods and services that they shopped for. And when they filled it out, there were like 126 choices. And his point was only 20% of them were choosing to shop within Riviera Beach. Neighborhood centers, they shopped 2 to 3 times a week at a neighborhood center. They shopped at a mall 2 to 3 times a month. Sit-down restaurants 10 to 12 times a month. They went out to eat at a sit-down restaurant. I mentioned after church, and in terms of uses they desire, and I'll just close on this, that they don't see, sit-down restaurants. Everybody wants sit-down restaurants. They want something for teams like Dave and Buster, indoor recreation, bowling, movie, trampoline park, skating, music club, outdoor mini golf, Top Golf, Andretti Thrill Park. I think that's go-karts. I'm not sure.
You had 1 minute, Mr.
Okay.
Dana, and so you got 60 seconds to wrap this up.
Okay, so that's the survey, the retail survey.
See, hey, there you go.
So we done.
Excellent. Are there any questions for Mr. Dana before we move to the next item?
Yes, Madam Chair.
Yes, go ahead, sir.
So knowing Mr. Nottingham for the last 2 years, I knew 15 minutes was a little aggressive.
15.
We all
15 minutes was going to be a little aggressive for you, but attending every workshop, I really thought that you, Ms. Noel, Mr. Evans, Mr. Sherman, you guys did a phenomenal job, because you were able to look at holistically what the community needed. And you said today a broader revitalization and a holistic approach, addressing our comprehensive plan and development master plan are some things that we have to really take a look at to be able to develop the different parcels in our community. The vacant lot that's been vacant for years on Broadway was the resounding response from the residents that attended and the surveys that we received, option C, because it allowed for development immediately. We've talked about Avenue E and Broadway and actually investing into our infrastructure on Avenue E. So actually, us putting our money where our mouth is by investing into a city facility in our downtown corridor would allow to spark that development. So I thought that was a great feedback from the community and also great insight to the residents. I also see that our tax base, I'm not sure, I was trying to understand Mr. Sherman's analysis of the tax base, or us not receiving the same revenue if we went with option C versus A and B, because from what I'm understanding is that we could address some of the housing crisis, possibly some of the food desert, and some of the vacant land if we developed where City Hall is with apartments, with houses, so wouldn't that increase our tax base?
Yeah.
Okay.
He said that.
I think that's what I was trying to say.
Okay.
If I misspoke. B can generate more than C. Private development on B would generate more than private development on C.
Okay, so I guess that's where the confusion is. So
And private development on A would generate more than private development.
So just for clarity, so that there's no confusion, if we did decide to move City Hall to Broadway, we would still have the parcels on Blue Heron that we could actually develop with the housing, which would actually increase our tax base.
Correct.
Okay. In addition to that, I think we also have to address and take a look at the necessary upgrades and infrastructure improvements on Avenue E, really applying those funds. I think it was like between 11 and $15 million that we need to put into the infrastructure, because if we're going to put some of our city facilities on Broadway, we need to address that infrastructure, because this was one of the first colonized areas in Riviera Beach. So we have to really attack that infrastructure to really development. And if we're going to attract development into the city, we need to put something there that's going to actually encourage people to come to that Broadway corridor. In addition to also addressing the housing crisis that we have, which would be perfect for that Blue Heron corridor where our current City Hall is facing. So this is one of the ideas we spoke about a year and a half ago that I sat down with the staff, with my colleagues, and said, listen, this may be an option for us to really look holistically at our city's development and to bring this to the community. Mr. Brown, Dr. Botel's legislative aide, took some of our staff and took some of his colleagues down to Boynton Beach, I believe.
1
And
minute, sir.
So for us to continue to look at the development of our community, I think we need to look at some of the other scenarios that are working throughout different municipalities and see what's actually been done. So when Mr. Brown did take some of our staff down there, that's a similar idea to what we're looking at, developing and establishing that downtown corridor. So money, land, and resources, holistically looking at the city development master plan, I think is what we really want to actually attract, and we could really address multiple concerns within our community if we did look at option C, which is what was a resounding response from our residents. Thank you for the time, Madam Chair.
All right, thank you.
Madam Chair?
Yes, go ahead.
Just very quickly, I wanted to just say that I had very, very positive feedback from the community about the workshops. I attended 3 of them. I was out of the country for the 4th, but I felt that they were really, even though it was a relatively small number, the conversations were robust and meaningful, and I changed my mind completely. I was very in favor of option A at the beginning, and now I'm convinced that option C is the best thing for us as a community. So I appreciate the work you did to put into those workshops. Thanks.
Madam Chair?
Yes, go ahead.
I do know that, I think I was speaking to Ms. Jacobs or someone, and although the area that we talked a lot about was in the Park Manor area, there weren't a whole lot of people, I may have been talking to Marsha, I don't know. But there weren't a whole lot of people from the Park Manor neighborhood that did come out for the sessions. And so if possible, if we can look, because you spoke about it the other day about having like maybe some small sessions going to people, if maybe you can attend their meeting when they start back up in August and just give them a little cram session on it, just because they are the ones that are truly going to be impacted in that area if we decide to go with the private development on the Blue Heron and Park Manor area.
Absolutely. And certainly, and I'll say that again, if anyone wants to have Reimagine Riviera Beach Light, we're willing to do the road show to make sure we get as much feedback and participation as possible. If it's the board's desire to move forward with a facility on Broadway, one of the things that staff would certainly recommend is at that time, when you go to the market for the debt issuance related to the facility, that you incorporate the monies to redo the entire Avenue E. So if you are going to make it an inconvenience for residents, you make it an inconvenience once versus twice. We do have some money that is set aside that the CRA did want to bring to the table as part of the project related to Avenue E. We have roughly about $2 million that has been set aside for the 2600 Broadway, which is the bank building. In essence, we're not going to move forward with the renovation of that facility, and we already have, $2 million or so in the budget for Avenue E. So that's conceivably $4 million that you can put towards the project, because this particular facility looks to have an entrance on Broadway as well as Avenue E. So it has 2 front doors, be able to spur the economic redevelopment of that area. I can tell you some of the things that I've heard from the development community is, how do you want us to reinvest or invest in the Broadway Blue Heron corridor when you as a government entity haven't made sizable investments to locate any or have any presence in that particular area, separate and apart than the marina. And so that is something that has been shared with me in the development community. But nonetheless, there will be subsequent conversations that will happen with the board as well as the community, because we hope during the summer months, as we work through the month of August and then into the early fall, is that we can bring a solicitation document to the board for consideration to go out and see what the private sector can do as it relates to facilitating this plan to move forward.
Thank you very much.
In the retail study, with 19 people, half of them was 65 and over. So you do have opportunities to have smaller focus groups, not just with the business community, but a broader cross-section of your community.
Thank you. for your presentation, Mr. Daniel.
Thank you.
Mr. Evans, next item.
Madam Chair, I'm going to turn this part of the presentation over to Mr. Sherman to walk you through the capital projects, and then ultimately we'll move into discussions concerning the solid waste franchise fee. We'll get as far as we can. I know we had talked about 1 o'clock being a hard stop. If it's the board's desire, we can certainly look to take items out of order, because I think there's a big discussion concerning housing.
Yes.
And that may be where you want to spend the bulk of your time on, so we can move that up, and then we can discuss these components at your next workshop that we have on Thursday.
Housing is a big one, and that deserves a conversation by itself. So I don't know if we'll be able to get, if it's all housing from now until 1, that's fine. But everything else, I think we can go through, but housing is a huge piece that is going to have multiple conversations and discussions about.
Whatever
And I don't want to give it, 5 or 10 minutes.
The recommendation would be, if the board discussed housing, that it would be from now till to conclusion, or that can be the first item that we discuss on the meeting on the 15th, whatever the board's pleasure is. But that's such a robust conversation. We don't want to rush through that. The other slides that we have here, conceivably through the capital and the franchise, can consume the remaining time, and then we can carry housing to Thursday.
Yeah,
if
let's
that's the pleasure
do
of the
housing
board.
that way, because I want to give it the time that it needs, because that is the biggest issue here.
Madam Chair?
The biggest issue I know for residents, I know for the board, and, 45 minutes with all you have to go through, it probably would get 15, 20 minutes. And it just needs to have more conversation than that amount of time. So how do you envision it in terms of the next 45 minutes?
We would share our presentation, which is quite brief, and the intent behind the conversation the presentation is for it to be kind of collaborative between the board and speaking amongst yourselves to determine, what funding, if funding was to be set aside in the budget for the housing. So based on the nature of what I believe, and based on my conversations, what I've had with the board, it would either cannibalize the rest of the time that's remaining, or it would take at least an hour to an hour and a half at your next workshop, depending on what the pleasure of the board is.
I think that we should move housing to our next meeting, because it needs to have much more conversation than we have time for today. And I want to be able for everyone to have enough time to go through all of their issues. So let's move forward with the other items.
Madam Chair?
Madam Chair,
Madam Chair.
are we breaking for
What's-
lunch or anything, or?
What's on the other, what's on the agenda for the other meeting?
We have, or on the agenda is goals and objectives, giving you an update on the
For
goals
the-
and objectives.
And we would just start housing with first and.
Yeah,
then go
housing,
to
and then
that?
we get into the goals and objectives.
Okay,
Yeah.
but we would run through all of
The remaining stuff, yes.
All right,
fine.
that's fine.
We're
Is
not
that-
breaking for lunch.
No, we're not breaking for lunch. I want to make sure that the board is in agreement with that.
Lawson, one.
Mr. Lawson?
So I know we talked about this morning possibly shortening the workshop to 1 o'clock, but what was the reasoning for that?
The second half of the workshop was to be your visioning session. And so the facilitator wanted to have some additional time with the board as well as staff to be able to share with you the collective vision of the board. So that's scheduled for your 28th meeting.
Right.
So that's why the workshop was shortened, because the last 4 hours were going to be associated with that.
Well, I know that we were going to take those 4 hours to do that, but I don't know if we necessarily need a hard stop at 1 so that we can address the concerns of this agenda, so we don't have to move them. I would actually prefer to just get through it, because I want to have this housing discussion. It's one of the vital pieces that we need to, and I don't know why we're rushing through this workshop. This is what we're elected for. This is the most important part of our position, is doing a balanced budget and working on our comprehensive plan and our development in our community. So I'm not interested in rushing through it. I'd rather get to it today, and let's address it today.
If it's the pleasure of the board, we are not rushing through this. Let me be clear about that. We have a 1 o'clock stop time for our agenda. The time was from 9 until 1. That is the time that was provided to us as a revised schedule.
No, Madam Chair, you're incorrect. It was provided as
From
9 to 4.
9 to 5 was the original
Correct.
agenda. And it was a revised schedule of 9 to 1, but I want to be clear that we're not rushing anything here. I just want to be able to give every item that we have the time that it needs.
So, Madam Chair, to do that, we're going to have full discussion and dialogue. Our workshops are a little bit more in-depth, so allowing individuals to speak a little longer than the 3-minute cutoff that you're giving, to continue the process of having discussions so that we can vet these ideas and discussions that staff needs direction with. And the hard cutoff of 1 o'clock was never given. That was a suggestion by Mr. Evans this morning, and we never agreed as a council to do that. So moving forward, I would like to get through this agenda, and what the pleasure of the board is,
Well,
let's get
we
to
can,
it.
we can have a vote
Thank you,
in
ma'am.
terms of when we're going to stop
Yeah.
this meeting.
Madam Chair, you'd have to do it by consensus because the meeting is not it's a workshop.
I'm okay staying later than 1 if we break for lunch. I'm not okay sitting here hungry. If we take a half
And-
hour, 20-minute break.
And
for
that
lunch,
was the
I'm okay.
reason why we were stopping at 1, was because there was no lunch included.
Okay.
Well, that was one of the reasons why.
Madam Chair, there's a lot of restaurants in the area.
hold on a second, we have another
prefer we
colleague.
just continue.
We have another colleague that wants to.
I mean, I'm fine with staying. I initially thought I was gonna be here till 5, so I don't have anything I need to go and do. However, I do wanna make sure whoever is presenting, if we could just stick to the points, and if we have questions, to ask the questions, but, we're just sitting here talking and we really gotta be focused. Just as long as we're focused, I don't have a problem with being here.
But I think that the issue here is that, once people start talking about whatever issue, it kind of prompts more questions, and that's just the nature of,
That's fine.
yeah.
Believe me, I don't have a problem with it, but we can't talk about stuff that we can't answer right at the moment. And so if we just stay focused on what we have in the slides, and I'm fine with being here. I don't have anywhere I need to go, so I'm fine, but as long as we just stay focused.
Well, we can try. I just think that the nature of a workshop is basically to be able to have these free-flowing discussions. So, I was kind of trying to push through this agenda because we did set it for 1 o'clock. So we need to get a consensus as to how we're going to move forward.
Why don't we take a half-hour break for lunch and agree that we'll be done by 2 or 2:30? That way people
Well,
can...
what we need to do is
All right, how much time, if we gave the rest of this agenda a fair hearing, how much time would it need?
I believe that the next couple of items, conceivably, well, at least the next item, the capital, would be pretty easy, that maybe 15 minutes. And then the franchise fee item, probably about a half an hour. And then the housing, depends on how in-depth the board wants to go into the housing. But conceivably, whatever we discuss has to come back to you on the housing component, because we're going to have to find the funding, we're going to have to get some partners in. So, that probably may be 45 minutes to an hour, with a subsequent conversation that will have to happen as part of your budget process again to, say, hey, where the identified funds are. So, conceivably, I would say roughly 2 hours, we should be able to.
So we're looking at a stop time of 3.
It's
And always add 30 minutes to it, because you're gonna have to, if you're gonna break for lunch, and then you're gonna add another 30 minutes for a discussion, so we're talking 4 or 5. So what time do you want to stop? Because we had it at 1. So if we're gonna change the time, we need to agree at a time that we need to stop. I don't wanna just leave it open-ended that we just go until 6, because we can't.
No, I can't. I have to be out of here at 5.
Yeah, you have to finish at 5, because that's when the meeting's noticed till.
Yeah.
So you'll have to stop at 5.
All right, so we just push it to 5.
And we just see how it goes as we go along.
Yeah, but I need
Just see
food.
how, we can stop for the 30 minutes for
Good.
the lunch. I'm
Then I'm
good,
fine.
but, I guess as we go along.
So
we
what
can just
time
see
do we want to break for lunch?
Now.
Now,
Let's break now.
and
Right now.
Greater
Now.
Gator is like right next door practically.
What is over there? That's a.
So we can grab something. and
So
bring
it is, let's see. It is 12:21, so we're gonna come back. Order, please, people. We need to get this time straight because we do have, this meeting is recorded. The public is looking at this meeting, so we want to be able to make sure that they know what time to come back to join us.
1 o'clock
So 1 o'clock is our time to start back our meeting.
on the dot.
On the dot. It will start on the dot. So we'll break for lunch until 1 o'clock. We're gonna call the meeting back to order. It is 1 o'clock, and we're gonna get started. Mr. Evans, you wanna go ahead and get us started?
Yes, Madam Chair. At this point of the presentation, Director of Finance, Mr. Randy Sherman, will be making the presentation concerning capital projects.
Okay, well, thank you. So as you know, we adopt every year a 5-year capital project plan. And if you've developed a good plan, in essence, years 2, 3, 4, and 5 should just shift forward to subsequent, and then you add projects on the back. Now, you always will have things that come in, new initiatives, but as we go through the program, what you'll see is there's actually very few changes from the current 5-year plan. We're going to start with the marina. The first, well, actually, all of these projects are in your current CIP plan, so there's no changes here. I'm going to spend a little bit of time talking about the expansion in a little bit more depth, because at the end, we're going to ask for some direction on how you would like us to proceed. But docks E, F, and G, they are all in their final closeout. They may even be gone by the time we get to the final adoption of the plan for the next.
I'm talking to your mic.
Oh, I'm sorry. Do I keep moving around? So again, on the cap plan, we've talked about the mooring fields before. We're still in the design phase with that, so we're still moving through that project. But really what I want to focus on is phase 4 of the expansion. As you see, we will be adding additional dock space out on G. Dock H is a new dock that will be added. I and J are also new docks, so we're adding additional slips, additional revenue opportunities, and we will be putting out some additional lifts. Most of the lifts that we put out on G are already spoken for, so there is that desire to have additional lifts to be able to get your boat out of the water. Dock A and B, again, that's where the over-the-water restaurant pad will be going. So again, we'll be looking to do that again as part of phase 4 of the marina.
Madam Chair.
Yes, go ahead.
Who's gonna operate the restaurant?
We don't know.
We don't know.
I mean, yeah, that has not been decided.
So will that go out to bid?
Yeah, yep. Yeah, because we'll put the pad out there and then they'll come and they'll build on top of it.
Okay.
So again, here's
But that's not part of the marina phase 2.
phase 4.
Phase 4.
Oh.
Yes, this is the final phase of the expansion. So we've been working on this since 2010. So, you know, this project has been going on for quite some time. The purple areas that you see up there, that's where the expansions are going. The one to the south is actually office space and public restroom facilities for the folks who are in the marina. Moving on to and we'll get back to the question and request for direction at the end of the full capital presentation. On the capital side, again, as I said, you're going to see very few changes other than bringing projects forward. One thing that I will point out here, the first 2 projects on here under fire are stations 86 and 88. The other night we did receive direction to finance those projects, so that's why you see far larger numbers than you saw previously. So we have the cost of 86 and 88 in here at this point. But at the bottom for the police department, again, those 2 projects are just ongoing. We're not adding anything new for the police department. Public Works, again, these are the same projects that you've seen before. We do have, again, the City Hall replacement. So again, that is really the penny sales tax that we're budgeting here at this point. We're putting some money into the municipal facilities again, But now that we have the temporary facilities up and running, I think the next focus is on the City Hall parcel per se.
Madam Chair.
Yes, go ahead.
What is the 26th court?
The 26 court, that project is actually an ongoing project that we have. Public Works is not here to address. I don't know if you have more detail on specifically what that project is. I can call it up if I
You
need.
can come back later. I mean, we can find out.
I'll come back when we're doing that. And we do still have some sector funds ready. District 1 and District 3 do still have funds that are, we haven't received direction on where we want those to go. So if you want to put those to a specific project at this point before we adopt the next CIP, we can certainly do that, or we can just leave them at sector funds.
Madam
going
Chair.
forward.
The dune restoration, we put 500,000 in every year, right?
We do, but that contract that we have with the county, that's an interlocal agreement we have with the county, is about to expire. I believe it has 1 year left.
Okay.
So I don't know if we've been approached by the county at this point to renew that. But we were required, initially it was less than 500, then it got modified. But yes, we are putting the 500,000 in a year to that project. But again, I believe it has 1 year left, maybe 2. The one project I do want to point out is the third one up from the bottom, the Neighborhood Revitalization Project, which Ms. McBride will speak to later on today. We've set aside $1 million for that project. City administration projects, there's no change from the prior years. Again, we've just rolled the dollars forward. The IT master plan project, again, there's no change, but as we've moved forward, we've actually reduced that. Last year, those were $750,000 for every year. And as you know, we continue to look and bring projects online, we've reduced those to $500,000 per year moving forward. Moving into the utility special district projects, again, these projects you've all seen before. Again, we've moved projects. We don't have anything out in 2026 at this point. And again, some of these projects may move. This is probably more fluid than the general government projects. As they, again, continue to move towards building a new facility, some of these out years, again, you know, hopefully will fall off and those dollars can be used for the facility. But again, there are no new projects on this list. The projects that you see in front of you are actually funded by renewal and replacement dollars. Those dollars are required to be put away each year as part of the bond financing. They require 5% of the total revenues be deposited in an R&R fund, and that's what is funding these projects. This list of projects, again, hasn't changed. These projects are all funded from the 2016 bonds that we issued for the utility district. And as you see, what the real requirement is that all the bond proceeds get spent within 3 years. Clearly, we haven't met that requirement, but that's why you see everything in progress, because again, the intent was to get all these projects done by 2019, 2020. Some of them have, you know, come to fruition, others haven't. But this is the balance that we have left in the 2016 project fund. Again, a lot of those dollars are encumbered because the projects are active. They just haven't completed. And then on the bottom, we put Series 2023 bonds. And again, that can move to 22, can be 2021 if we, you know, move at a faster pace. But initially, we were looking at 2025. We know we want to try to get that project done, and that's why you see all of those dollars have now slid into 22, 23, and 24. But again, this is the initial presentation on the capital projects. But, we'll come back with, a final number, before the CIP gets adopted.
Mr. Sherman, at this particular moment, can you also share with the board the refinance option when we?
Yeah, yep. Let me finish this slide just real quick, and then I will mention that. All of these projects that are on the board, a lot of them are street projects. And what we do is when Public Works is going to do a street project, they do above ground. We try to do all the below ground at the same time so we don't disturb the street and the residents twice. So some of these projects, again, you see they're pushed out to the out years as we're waiting for the street assessment, the pavement assessment program to come in, and maybe these projects will ultimately change. But there are needs out there for some future money, but these are the list of the projects currently that have no dollars associated with them. The point that city manager is making, we received a proposal the other day to refinance a good portion of the 2014 and 2016 bonds. And you're familiar with that. Last year you refinanced some of the CRA bonds, in your other capacity. We have about $30 million outstanding. If we refinance that, we could actually save $2 million over the life of the bond. So we'll start working towards getting those bonds refunded, which again will help the operating budget and paying the debt service, assuming interest rates hold where they are today. But that's the capital presentation. The question that we have, we'd like to try to get some direction on, is on the Phase 4. Okay? It's slated for be about a $23 million project. If we continue through the process that we have now, it's probably 5, 6, 7 years to get the entire thing done. And the question is, does the board have any desire for us to finance that and get that process done quicker? The reason it's out over 5, 6 years is because we're playing the cash flow, as the cash flow comes in for operations. And we're working with Fine to get grants, but again, they come in over time. So the question really is do we want to push that up, go out and borrow that money, get that $23 million in, or do we want to continue with the process that we've been working on?
Money is fairly cheap right now, and
Okay,
it's only, I'm sorry. Madam Chair.
Go ahead.
Thank you. Money's fairly cheap right now, and it strikes me that the cost of construction is going to only escalate. Seems to me that if we get it done now, we'll have that much better revenue stream coming in from it. How much do we make now on the marina every year?
We are netting about $1 million a year.
Okay. And
profit.
How much risk of losing any fined money going forward? In other words, if we wait and just continue to use grants and fined money, what would we be leaving on the table in your best guess?
It depends. We have seen when we did E, F, and G, we had about $3 million. So if we're talking about, again, doing those other H, I, and J, there's the potential you could get $3 to $4 million. But find, they try to spread the dollars around. We certainly have had our fair share, as we've been doing a lot of expansion. So it would also depend on what others are doing and their calls for some of that money. But maybe again $3 to $4 million over time to get that money in. But if last year John Sprague presented the financials from the expansion, and the financials from the expansion would bring an additional $2 million to the marina every year. So clearly we would use that, leverage those dollars, get the project done, and then have that money, quicker.
Madam Chair,
Yes, go ahead.
do we still have the gas pumps out there?
Yes.
How much do we bring in for that?
Fuel sales are about $500,000 a year.
Madam Chair. And we are selling fuel now, right? We
We
had
are
not
selling.
been for a while. There was some holdup, but we're selling
We're
fuel.
selling fuel,
Okay.
yes.
Madam Chair?
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you. With the expansion, what would that do for our fuel sales? Would that increase based on the number of docks?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, it'd bring more people to.
Do we have a
to the boat.
projected based upon the number of docks and?
We do, and again, we made that presentation, I can provide it again. And that's why I said it's projected that the expansion alone would bring an additional 2 million. We're bringing in close to $3 million now with what we have out there.
Okay.
And then you'd also have the office space, which would take that portable office space that they have off in that parking lot. That would go away and allow that to be developed. And then one of the big issues, again, is putting restroom facilities close enough for the people on the boats to be able to use. And then, again, the restaurant space.
Okay.
Any other questions for this presentation?
Well, you don't have a sense yet of what we want, right? My sense, I'm sorry, Madam Chair.
No, go ahead.
I feel like I'm in a conversation instead of a meeting, I'm sorry. Would be just to move forward as expeditiously as possible, because we know it's going to generate more income. And money is reasonably cheap.
Okay.
Ditto.
Yeah. Okay. We can move in that direction. Shane, thank you.
Very good.
Madam Chair, the next item is the solid waste franchise fees discussion with the board. Mr. Sherman will be making this presentation.
And so, as you know, there is an RFP in process for solid waste collection, hauling services. In assisting in putting that RFP together, and in looking at contract terms, spent a lot of time looking at the city ordinances that are in place. And what's interesting is that the city ordinances are far expanded than collection and hauling. Solid waste is intended to be a much larger program than I think we're currently operating. So the ordinance and the budget really are out of alignment, they're non-alignment. So the first 15 or so slides, and I will go through them, fairly quickly, are really cut out from the city ordinance, so we can talk about or at least bring to light some of these issues. So again, the first couple sections of our city ordinance are really addressing our authority, and the reference to the state statutes are in each one of our sections. We have a responsibility to do the collection. We're allowed to use private entities to do that collection. And the statutes provide certain thresholds that we have to meet, and we can exceed those thresholds if we so choose. All of these sections are in the ordinance, but I'm not going to delve into them, because what I want to focus on is first the collection process. And if you look at number 1 up there, it says that collections by other than the city or its authorized agents is a violation. And we're to proceed with fines for anyone who comes into the city and collects, and they're not an authorized agent of the city to collect that. I can tell you, we don't do that. I mean, for 9 years, as far as I know, we have never fined anyone for coming into the city and collecting. Points of collection. You go through this section of the ordinance, and it tells you where your piles of trash need to be, what they need to be in. They can't be under the wires. They have to be, 6 feet off the curb. They can't be near the water meter. No one is monitoring situations such as that. We go through the responsibilities of the property owners or the persons in possession of the property. So that's your tenants, that's your property owners. The property owners, whether they're a landlord or not, they have certain responsibilities that I can tell you again, we don't see is actually taking place. There's certain hours, there's fines for certain conditions that, again, I can tell you, we spoke about some of these issues 5, 6 years ago. Mary McKinney was still here when we were speaking of this, but no one is enforcing any of these conditions of the ordinances. And I can tell you, as we go through, you know, we build the tenants. We never go back and build the property owners. And if you go through here, that's really not what this says. They're saying trash follows the property, not necessarily who's controlling the property. Again, certain issues on how, you know, trash should be presented for collection. We go through, again, the conditions on how your trash has to be bagged, how heavy things can be. Nobody, again, is going through and looking at any of these things. What's interesting, if you go through this ordinance, is there's actually conditions in here on what code enforcement should be doing and what the police department should be doing. Again, this is, you know, prohibition against, you know, certain collections. If you look down at item B in here, it's the property owner's responsibility, not the tenant's responsibility, not the city's responsibility, but the property owner's responsibility to clean the swale in front of the property. Okay? The property owner is responsible for cleaning 1/2 of the city easement. Okay? The alleyways. Okay? It's always a big condition with us. So the city easements, the alleyways, the right-of-ways. You know, I know we have teams of people that go out and clean the easements in the alleyways. But if you go back with this ordinance, it really is the property owner's responsibility. Here is the enforcement that I mentioned. You see the law enforcement officers under the Florida litter law. Okay, they're supposed to be enforcing that. And then the code inspectors, again, under the litter law, have, you know, certain responsibilities to enforce the solid waste provision.
Madam Chair?
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you. Mr. Sherman, when you say that the responsibility of the property owner is to clean 1/2 of the city easement. Sorry, Mr. Sherman, when you say that the property owner is responsible for 1/2 of the city easement, letter B?
Yes.
What is the expectation? Do they cut half of the grass? Do they clean half of the yard? Like what is?
I think what the, now again, I 20 years old, and it's, you know, trying to get into the math. I think what they're talking about are the sidewalks, are really the easement areas in front of the homes, because they do talk about the swales as a separate item.
Okay.
So I'm thinking again that they're talking, you know, if you have, you know, easements around, you know, area where maybe the canal areas and other areas.
So I'm assuming we're going to be looking to update this ordinance.
We talked about that again as we were going through and developing the RFP and the contract, whether anything here really did need to be updated.
Essentially, I'm saying all of it needs to be updated.
Yeah.
While we're, the RFP, has it already hit the?
The RFP is back. You'll have a presentation on the results on the 21st.
Okay.
Madam Chair,
Yes, go ahead.
do property owners know that this is their responsibility? Have we communicated that to them?
Nope.
Madam Chair, if I may, and this is very common in every municipality, that you have this language and none of the property owners know. And so when we look at this ordinance, yes, there's some tweaks and modifications, and there's some policy decisions that we have to get from the board as to the roles and responsibility. But I can tell you in my past experience, those areas, we had to literally do a video and actually have a visual diagram that actually put out to explain to folks what the swale is, where their responsibility is in color, and mail it out to all residents in an agency I used to work for. So it's not uncommon to have this language, and certainly it's not uncommon to modify this language to, you know, have it coincide with what really is happening and what the expectations are. Most residents usually do keep, you know, maintain that because it's in front of their home. They just don't know that they're obligated to do so under an ordinance.
It's interesting when they speak about the delinquent accounts, we treat the utility bill with water, sewer, stormwater, as one bill. This almost separates it out for the trash port, for the, solid waste collection portion. That it should be treated differently and depending on whether it's delinquent or not. Again, specific issues about vacant land, that we should be billing on vacant land, how we should handle it if they do not have a utility account. And again, I'm just telling you, they're just things that we find in here that possibly in 1997, when the ordinance was first adopted, the city was doing, but we've separated, over time, and we're not necessarily following these issues. And I guess the point that we have on the ordinance part is, again, it's solid waste is larger than collection and hauling. It's about keeping the community clean and orderly and presentable. And as we was watching Ms. Noel's presentation, you see the community aesthetics was highly rated. What was the other one I wrote down? Oh, building attractiveness and, getting the community. And that's really what this ordinance is addressing. The ordinance then goes on and it talks about, the haulers, the private haulers, the fact they need permits and licenses, and then the franchise regulations. And again, we can move through that. And then these are the rest of the ordinances that we have. Here's code inspectors and police officers are authorized to conduct compliance inspections. And again, we look at code compliance issues, but I'm not sure we're focusing on the solid waste component. So really to get to the meat of
Madam Chair?
Yes, go ahead.
Yep.
I just wanted to go back when, I'm a little delayed here, but you were talking about no person shall pick up, like people that are going around that pick up the recyclables, your aluminum, and if you put your washing machine out, it's gone before the trash comes the next morning. Those people are supposed to have permits or licenses before they can do that?
They should have permits and licenses to do that.
And so who's supposed to be, or according to this, who would monitor that, or who?
Well, it was
that's some
interesting,
people have a
because if you recall the discussion we had with the Alphas that night,
Uh-huh.
and they sat there and said, oh, well, we got a private dumpster, and someone came and picked it up, and we're like, well, okay, there's a,
So you kind of
it happened, and that's, I think, is the issue, is no one's really watching for it or monitoring.
So what, that's our code compliance would be?
Well, and here's really the meat of the conversation is, solid waste, like the utility department, runs as an enterprise fund. So the money that you generate from solid waste should pay for the programs. Okay? And as I get into the math, and I apologize in advance for math, but as we get into it, we're going to see that the revenues that we're generating aren't sufficient to pay for really what the program should be. Okay, so again, just for everyone's edification, the public, a franchise, we're giving the haulers and, an exclusive right to haul within the community. Okay? So if you think about it, the residential portion is really a very small portion of their operation, but you're giving them exclusivity to the entire community. In a community like Riviera Beach, where we have a lot of commercial properties, that is very large dollars to their operation. That's a lot of revenues to them. And again, from this program, we need to be able to generate sufficient revenues for whatever we determine we want our operations, to handle. So the current agreement that we have, okay, started in 2011. In 1995, the city made the determination that they were going to no longer do the collections in-house, and they were going to outsource it. Waste management started in 95. The current contract, though, was put in place in 2011, okay? Term goes through, initially went through September 2016. It was amended twice. First amendment added the community benefits program, or updated the community benefits program. And then the second amendment extended it to 2021 and increased the amount that they pay to the city for us to have an employee to monitor it. So we have one employee who is our our solid waste coordinator position. Okay, so we have one person that this is really his focus. The contract has some rate adjustments in it, and a little bit later I'll talk about the problem that this actually causes us. But fuel changes, so there's an adjustment for them to be able to change the rates. The agreement has embedded in it the franchise fee. They don't necessarily call it a franchise fee. They call it an administrative fee, but it really comes down to the same thing. But it's embedded in the contract. So once that contract expires, the city receives zero revenues unless we decide what we're charging on the next contract. Okay? Now, if we extend it, it'll certainly be in the extension, but in the new contract with whoever the hauler is, we need to put something in there about the franchise fee. But right now, it is a flat rate. In 2011, when they adopted the contract, they put in a flat dollar amount that was allowed to be adjusted based on the average cost of the collections for the residential. So when they increase the residential rate 1%, the franchise fee increases 1%. Okay, so there was that correlation that went on there. That, however, causes a problem. Let me kind of explain why that's a problem, or it's not necessarily a problem, but it's not in our financial interest to do it that way. So when Arbor Park comes online, and you have 500 parcels, and we're billing them $12 a month, okay? Waste Management makes $72,000 a year, okay? Because they're going out, they're collecting it, they're getting that $12 every month. Our franchise fee doesn't change. So while their revenues are going up, our franchise fee is just, okay? Then if you think about it, now my average cost of collecting trash citywide actually goes down. So now when I come back for my next rate adjustment, I can take the rate down, okay, and our franchise fee goes down. So you're going to see as we go through here that there are revenues are increasing at this rate, and our franchise fee is only increasing at this rate. The other issue that we have under the current contract is it does not matter whether we collect what we bill, we pay them 100%. So when we have 5% uncollectibles, I'm paying them 100, and the city, in essence, is eating the other 5%. Okay? And again, that's year after year. So those are some of the issues we need to take care of in the current agreement. Now comes the math part. So on the right, what you see is a typical financial statement. They send us quarterly statements. And what they do is first column is commercial, second column is the roll-off containers. That's all of their revenue. They keep all of that. And then we have the residential. So the total amount for the quarter that they're bringing in is $2.2 million, but the amount of residential is only $650,000. So that other $1.6 million is revenue that by having the franchise agreement, they now have the opportunity to go out and learn. So what I did is I pulled some of the numbers off of there and did some math over here, just looking at the residential component. Revenues for the quarter were $649,000. Extrapolate that out, that means the revenues for the year about $2.6 million for residential. Expense side is about $650,000. So again, another 2.6. So they are in essence on the residential component, according to their finances, breaking even. And they're not looking to make money on the residential. It's the roll-offs and the commercial properties, trash hauling that they want to get access to. go through, this is a copy of a monthly invoice that they send us. And as you can see, they're billing us for just the toter pickups, because that's what we bill as part of our billing. Okay, so they're counting those total pickups. They're billing us the full amount that we bill. Okay, and then what they're doing is they're saying, oh, you can keep your share, that's the admin fee. Okay, so now if you think about it, we're collecting from the residents, and we are paying as residents the entire admin fee. We're not getting the admin fee from the commercial accounts. Okay? Residents, in essence, are paying that whole entire fee. Okay? Again, over here, if you look at this is the same bill, same quarterly statement we had before. If you take that $2.2 million and multiply out, that's an $8.8 million annual revenue, gross revenue contract for whoever gets the franchise fee. Okay? And again, they have, on here, they have taken the admin fee and spread it out over their 3 operational sections. But in essence, again, it's only the residential component that's paying that fee. So what's happened over the years? So I found some old data from 2009 before the current contract that I included up here. And you can see in 2009, gross revenues were at 6.1 million. The city only received 1.4, but the residents were paying $15.28. Okay? We did the RFP, we get into a new contract. You can see the gross revenues have gone from 6.1 to 8.8. City revenues have gone from the $1,384,000 to the $1,007,000, and the fee is now $11.95. So again, the competition, the RFP, it's lowered that fee, but again, the fee is the average. So as the city has grown, they can afford to charge less to the residents because it's spread out, you know, the cost of a vehicle, cost for drive, it's spread out over a larger base. But if you compare just during the term of the contract from 2012 to 2021, the increase in gross revenues to waste management has gone up 38%. The revenues to the city have only gone up 14%. And that's because the fee is fixed, okay? And as the cost of the average cost shifts very little, and again can in some cases go lower, the city revenues have only gone up 14%. The residential fee has gone up 16%. But their revenues have gone up 38%. If you look at the city revenues and you compare it to the gross, I'm thinking what they were trying to do in 2011, 2012 when they entered the new contract is make the admin fee, again, the franchise fee, 25%. I think that's, I couldn't find anything that would show me where that initial flat dollar amount came from. But the fact that we were at 24.4, I'm thinking they were probably trying to target 24%. Right now, the percentage, okay, of city revenues to gross is 20%. And again, that's because the revenues have grown, city revenues haven't kept pace. If you look at the fund balance and what the impact of this contract has had on the city, in 2012, when we entered this contract, we had fund balance of $2 million. We're now down to $1.2 million. Okay? And again, that's because we collect maybe 95%, but we pay them 100%. Okay? And we're paying all the franchise fee. So the fund balance has actually dropped 41%. Okay. You have city revenues, have city expenses up there, and again, you can see, you know, how those numbers are tracking.
Mr. Sherman?
Yes.
Madam Chair? So to bring some parity to this, what you're referring to is based solely on residential. Would there be an opportunity to do like a class of a franchise fee based on residential has a franchise fee of a certain percentage, and then the commercial customers have a separate class fee?
Yes, yes. Some communities do that. They do have 2 separate rates.
Well, I think that's probably the better option since the city hasn't earned anything off of commercial. And, you know, I think even increasing, I mean, because, you know, it comes back down to Mr. Evans' word, consumerism. When I'm looking at my bill, if I'm paying $12, right, on average, it's about $12
Yeah,
per residential
right now,
custom.
correct.
I mean, that's a month.
Mhm.
So, like, how much do you increase trash? I mean, was that 15 in 2009, right?
Correct.
And even if we get back there, I mean, I don't know that that would create much of a, I guess, a significant difference, being that, I guess, the expenses are probably about the same. But I just think we got to kind of bring the commercial side into, you know, I mean, if they're making that kind of money off of commercial, then certainly we need to
Get our
kind of-
share.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But, you know, I just don't want this to be at the expense of, you know.
Right.
Here's the thing. When you get a bill in the mail, they don't care if it says trash, stormwater, or water. They says my water bill is high.
They do.
And they don't understand that the water bill makes up several different components. So I would like to see that we address this on the commercial side. And even looking at the statute that you proposed from the state, you know, it suggested, and, you know, I don't want to get into this because then but the statute specifically kind of said that the selection or the use of private services in solid waste management, the city shall use the most cost-effective means for provision of solid waste services. So I think that that's something that we certainly need to kind of invoke in the commercial side of negotiation with the solicitation.
Yeah.
Because
I agree, yeah. Yeah. I don't have too many more slides, let me just, and then we can, so why are we proposing 35%? And again, if you look at, right now, we raise about $1.8 million, okay? That's supposed to cover code, the police officers, our liaison. I mean, it really is supposed to do solid waste citywide. And again, as I was trying to point out through the ordinances, that the program is really much larger than collection and hauling. Again, they're showing that they're breaking even on residential, okay? We know that if they're collecting anything from commercial and roll-offs, it's not coming back to us. Because again, we know that we're showing it. If you actually look at the real numbers, even though in theory, again, I think when it started, it was supposed to be 25%, right now, it's about 41% of their bill. And if you actually run the numbers on the residential, it turns out to be 69% of our revenues are really, you know, coming from the 41% that the residents are paying. So the proposal, when we ran the numbers, what we were looking to try to do is raise the amount of revenues coming to the city from 1.8 to 2.4, to be able to get another crew out, because, you know, with a community this size, we should be able to touch every street every week. You know, street sweeping, cleaning up, going through. There really isn't that many streets that we couldn't touch, even if it's every other week. But we should be able to go through and do that. So what we're looking to really do is take that 69% that the residents are paying, reduce it to the 35%, and then collect 35% from the commercial. Now, in response to your question is, yes, you could keep the residents at 25% and put commercial at 35. It probably won't raise, you know, it won't raise 2.4. But what we really need to decide is what's the program that we want to have in place. You know, if we're satisfied with where we are today, then we don't necessarily need additional funds. But this would get you up to close to $2.4 million. So we come through and we look at this. If you actually take Waste Management's cost of service, we're really at $821. So again, we're charging $11.92. Their cost of service, based on their own financials, is $8.21. So with the franchise fee, that would actually put you at $11.09, not $11.92. So it's actually a decrease to the residential bill, even going to the 35%. And then again, by doing the commercial side, our revenues would increase to 600. And again, any combination, you have the freedom to be able to do that. When we looked at the $600,000, and I looked at what other communities were doing with their solid waste funds, they're doing community and neighborhood cleanups. They're doing street sweeping programs. They do an enhanced contract monitoring of the actual contract. When we say you can only operate from 7 to 3, is anybody really making sure they're from 7 to 3? So it's monitoring the contract.
Madam Chair, 7, our contract says that?
When we put out, it doesn't right now, but when we put out the RFP, we ask for reduced hours. Because the problem that we have is that SWA closes. So if they run late, they end up not being able to get to SWA, and that causes a problem. So we asked to actually have, a shorter window for them to be able to operate into, all subject to negotiation to get that. But, the issue is, are they really, abiding by the contract and real contract monitoring? We can do the enhanced code compliance, whether that's code or police or whatever. And then, we've had the recent discussion about the Clean and Lean program and being able to fund that. So that's really what we were targeting when we looked at the $600,000 and, broadening the definition of what we're calling solid waste services to include all of these issues. And then the final slide is, again, we did go out and look at comparative rates. I don't want you to get so tied up with the 35% because it's that number. It's relative to what the overall costs are. If we were charging $20, I could charge 16% and come up with the same amount of revenues. So these rates change. Depends on the size of the community. Depends on what program they're running. The highest that we did find was the 35%. So we said, okay, well, if the one hauler is accepted 35%, then we know that's at least an option for us. But again, the bottom paragraph that I have up there, and you look at it, some of the communities don't even do the billing of residential.
There's a question,
Yeah.
Mr. Sherman.
I'm sorry.
I think you were just on that line because until today, I didn't realize or understand that Solid Waste Services was a enterprise fund in itself. However, actually I did, but what I didn't understand is that you're now attributing the cost of code compliance, alleyways, easements to the same enterprise fund, because we don't take a portion of code compliance and fund it out of that money doesn't go.
We transfer that franchise fee from the enterprise fund into the general fund.
So if I'm understanding you correctly, a portion of police salaries and the police budget in code compliance, which is development services, is being funded in part by the enterprise fund for.
Well, it isn't because they're really not doing anything. So it's really covering code. It's covering, again, our liaison. It covers our billings and, and those types of issues. But that's it. Again, it's not doing any of these other issues. We don't have the funds to be able to do the bottom half of that slide.
In the cities that you just displayed on the rate comparisons, we don't exactly know how much of the program in Miami is that also attributable to, are they set up in the same fashion to cover the code and portions of, easements and that sort of thing?
I didn't delve into their expense budgets in that regard, but I can speak a little bit, to the West Palm Beach one, and notice they do it in-house. They still transfer 24% to the general fund to cover those issues and do the compliance and, again, the liaisons and all of those type, the billing and everything else that they do.
Well, I want to ask this question, Mr. Evans and Mrs. Sherman. So now, if we're talking about potentially changing that rate after, you said we have a presentation on the 21st, I believe?
Correct.
Regarding the RFP, what does that put what position does that put the proposers in? I mean, do they now have to back out their numbers? Do they restart this?
No, because their fees, we ask them to give us their fees for their costs. So if they come in and say a residential is $10, the franchise fee is on top of the $10. And that was part of the problem that they did in 2011. It was embedded in that number. And then again, when it didn't adjust, that's how you ended up with, again, a fairly flat, revenue stream to the city. So as our costs have increased, the franchise fee hasn't kept pace. And, again, not, well, I'll leave that. The one other thing I will point out is that paragraph in the bottom. I found in Port St. Lucie, they actually do beautification programs with their money, and they do the community cleanup. So again, they're taking that broader approach that solid waste is really, the aesthetics of the community and keeping it, the community as a whole clean, not just the collection and hauling.
Madam Chair?
Yes, go ahead.
Mr. Sherman, do we have an average cost for any of these municipalities for the bills?
I don't, but I can certainly go, some of them, let me say, some of them I do, probably not all of them, but we can certainly go and pull that.
Because to your point, you stated that the bill could be higher and the numbers would just kind of zero out based upon the percentage. So just trying to get an idea of the average cost and what percentage, if the 35% is feasible, to add on to the top of the residents' bill.
Well, I do know that Weston's bill is far higher than ours.
Right.
And they don't do any of the billings or collections. All of that is on their hauler.
The hauler.
So they just, every month they get a check. But we can certainly go back and pull that information.
I just know that Weston is a special case. It's just that median income is much far higher than ours. So
Yep.
we're in the hundreds of thousands versus the tens of thousands
Yep.
here. So I would really want to see what the average bills are for some of these municipalities.
We
for the right
can
comparison.
pull that.
Yeah.
Is that your last slide?
That is the last slide, yes.
All right, very good. Are there any other questions?
Yes.
About this presentation?
Madam Chair, if I may, so just to get the clarity of direction on the board is to bring back comparables for these entities, but also look at the other entities that are in Palm Beach County that are similar like our community, and then look at a deviation as it relates to the commercial and the roll-off business at a different rate versus the residential. So not 35% across the board, but 35% maybe on the commercial and roll-off, and the residential rate to be looked at from the perspective of what is the proportion or percentage that's being paid now. Okay.
Very good.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Evans, next presentation?
Yes, Madam Chair and members of the board, this next presentation will be done by Deputy City Manager McBride. Obviously, in private discussions as well as public discussions, this board has communicated its desire to place an emphasis on housing. And we have some projects that are coming to life, whether it's with partnerships with the CDC or even partnerships in the past with the Housing Authority. The City of Riviera Beach knows that the city itself needs to step up to the plate to do some housing. Over the past, the city has acquired parcels, whether it's sheeted properties through the county or other properties that we've gotten because of liens. And so there's some projects that Ms. McBride will talk about. We know that the Brooks subdivision project is looking to come out of the ground. We know that the 11th Street Townhome project that the CRA and CDC is working on. We know that also another affordable housing project that is coming online is Berkeley Landing. And so there is opportunities for some other development projects. And so we've had conversations with the chair about housing and housing in its entirety. And obviously we know that it's the board's desire to move in such a fashion and maybe emulate some of the programs that are done over at the CRA. And so right now, programmed in the budget you saw earlier, we have about $1 million that we've set aside with the intent to facilitate this pilot project that we're looking to move forward. One of the things that we wanted to say as part of the budget process, if we wanted to be serious on housing, we had to put money in the budget associated with housing. And it's been a long time since that's occurred. So I think that's a testament to the leadership that's on the dais as it relates to all trying to make sure that this community remains affordable and persons can age in place in our community. So with that being said, I'm going to turn the presentation over to Deputy City Manager McBride.
Thank you. Tell us which of the,
Did I do something wrong?
No, I think.
Just gotta load it.
I think your presentation is different.
last night?
7? 6:35.
There you
There you go. Thank you.
Okay, so this one is different from the,
I added a few more slides to that one.
let me pull it up. Let's see. I can't see that far. I don't want to put my glasses on. I want to put my glasses on. All right, we got it. Let's
Yes,
go.
okay. I would like to just share with you some of the.
I want you to talk right into the mic.
Okay. I would like to share with you some of the information that can you hear?
Yeah, we can.
That the manager and I had as we delved into this topic. Not only did we have vacant lots within our city, but also I think in the year about 2014, a resolution was passed by the council that put out to auction about 50 vacant lots of the city. And many of those were purchased by, I would assume, investors, and many of those properties also continue to be vacant. So that's one problem we have. Secondly, in looking at some of the studies and when this became an issue, I was provided a copy of a 2005 neighborhood sector plan, that study that had been completed for the city that really looked at our 4 sectors, and which would add up to being the older communities in this area. Even then, the study indicated 70% of the single-family homes were investor-owned. This year, as Mr. Sherman provided budget information, he was given 73% being investor-owned, slightly over 16% owner-occupied housing. So those are some of the things we face. But also, the reality of the market now shows that affordable and workforce housing in this county is just not existing. We also see properties east of I-95. There's not a lot of land. We are one of the cities with some land, though. And we really not only think this is a great time to come in, stabilize our communities, hopefully drive up the home ownership over a period of time, and 2, continue to maintain affordable and workforce housing that is drastically needed. I would tell you, I have had many, I call them developers, builders. They are constantly trying to call about our vacant lots, but it's usually not necessarily their goal, and it's not to end up with owner-occupied, but more rental situations, okay? So as we were tackling this, one thing that I found from my experience too, especially back during the days when West Palm was trying to revitalize itself before City Place came on, you can learn a lot about the fabric of a community and what is occurring in its housing and its growth and development when you understand what is occurring with its properties, okay? So in light of all those things, I just started, and after reviewing that plan, looking in all the neighborhoods that fell within that plan to look to see and where vacant lots were, where the city had made investments there recently, and where would we probably have an opportunity to move into a neighborhood to help stabilize it so that the home ownership could maybe be increased with owner-occupied versus investor-owned? And that's where this presentation is leading today, with identifying 2 pilots based upon those theories, hopefully that we could embrace for this year. And if we do these pilots well, I would like to think that it could bring good things to our community and we could move forward to even do a greater project.
Let me ask you a question.
Yes, ma'am.
Every time I hear that number of 70%, that is outrageous.
To me, it is.
That
I agree.
we have that many homes in this city that are not occupied by owners. I wanted to ask, has anyone done any research in regards to that 70%? Is it just scattered investors, or are there blocks of one particular investor company?
No, it's not a block of one particular investor.
Because, sometimes you can see, like, one investor may have 20 homes versus.
Yeah. It's not
Yeah,
necessarily
it's a
barrage.
Yeah, there are some that have
Yeah, but
assembled
it's
a
a
large
barrage.
mass, but there's not a situation where you can pull, the top
Right.
15 or 20 all in certain areas of the community.
So they're just scattered.
Yeah.
But you can think about it like this. If I were using myself, if I had millions and millions of dollars, I could probably come in and buy investors out of one of your community and make that my own or greater, and change the fabric of your community, creating the type housing I would like. And to me, it provides that opportune time for the city to become the leader of affordable and workforce housing in our community, in the absence of it. And one way we hope we will end up creating a scenario that will lead to it. Not only will we offer you 2 projects today, but at the very end, we're proposing beginning a roundtable with other parties, with the Federal Home Loan Bank partnering with us to bring other bankers, other developers, and other parties to the table to talk about what can we do and create a blueprint, hopefully to enhance home ownership in our area in October.
And I also wanted to say that my vision, in terms of housing, is not just affordable housing.
Yes.
It has to be across the board in terms of the type of housing that's going to come to the city. We don't want to have a city where all there is projects and low-income housing.
I agree. But the communities where we are focusing on, that neighborhood sector, that is basically what's there, the affordable and the workforce. Okay.
Right.
All right. Clearly, the housing that came on Military Trail went beyond the affordable workforce. Those are kind of different to me neighborhoods, But let us start, and we'll see where we go from there. The presentation is turned beyond infill development, because infill development, usually you just take that vacant lot to redo. I have not found that to be very successful. And you look at other parties to see what has happened. In West Palm, one of the great things that was being advanced through a tax credit deal was, they could put the vacant lots in the northwest neighborhood, build housing there as part of the low-income tax credit on the vacant lots as part of that project, with the idea of home ownership occurring. They did put in the housing on the vacant lot, but that didn't necessarily change the fabric or enhance the community or stabilize that community. And hopefully, as we move forward, we will be able to do that by creating and revitalizing our communities and neighborhoods. So I'm not going to get into those facts. We can pick those up, because I think this housing conversation will be continuing for a while. What is needed to help us in guiding the strategy from the city? There are 3 documents that generally are strong in staging this, dealing with our zoning code, our building code, and our comp plan. And I bring up the comprehensive plan because in that plan, there are several elements that we must include. Some are required, some are not required. But housing is an element that is always required. In our housing plan, be it that element or any element of the comp plan, you will find establish a goal, or there might be several goals in different areas. There'll be objectives, and each of the objectives will have policies. And those policies are supposed to establish the foundation for programs and action steps to take place to create your plan. And the housing element does have a goal. As you look here, it's to assure affordable housing. It speaks of workforce housing. It speaks of single-family and home ownership opportunities. There are about 10 goals, objectives in the housing element. And I just wanted to give you an example. In those goals and policies that are established for each of the objectives, you will have targets and programs set out not only for the city to achieve, but many of them also reiterate our relationship with the CRA and encourage them to do things too. But not only does our policies focus on vacant lot as policy 1.12, it also speaks in 1.16 to us doing a study, I guess, trying to create a better appearance for dead-end stub streets and right-of-ways. It talks about increasing home ownership opportunities. And there was one goal that we would have 60% of new units by 2010. It talks about the MEHOP-funded Housing Trust Fund. And
Ask a question about that.
Yes, ma'am.
How close did we get to that?
I don't know. That's what we'll have at a subsequent meeting with the housing people. Okay?
Okay.
All right. It speaks of the Housing Trust Fund. Many communities did create and have developers contribute to a housing trust fund so that they can build affordable and workforce housing. I don't think our fund has been utilized in years. It also speaks to conservation and rehabilitation. That, for example, it provides that for 15 residents annually, we would do minor repairs to their property, including elderly residents on fixed income. We work with Florida Power and Light for home energy makeovers. That one I'm having Mr. Bailey research now as part of a project. And it speaks to neighborhood revitalization and stabilization, us trying to move in to help stabilize our neighborhoods. And policy 1.66 reiterate our support and continuous planning and implementation of the neighborhood sector plans. And primarily legally, by law, we are supposed to have a comprehensive plan. And legally, our community redevelopment plan is supposed to conform with our comp plan. So now what we've identified as some of the existing challenges and opportunities that we have before us are to address the vacant or underutilized lots. And as it identifies, many were previously owned and auctioned by the city, but continue to be vacant. Of the over 100 vacant lots we have, the city owns about 30 lots scattered throughout the city. The other challenges are investor-owned single-family housing, basically greater than 70% of the city's single-family housing stock. The city is the second largest provider of Section 8 housing, according to the Palm Beach County Housing Authority.
Wow.
We have spoken with them because they would wish to continue to provide that type of housing, but they have agreed to come, and as we work through this process, to partner with us to provide home ownership, and they hopefully work with us to transition persons to home ownership. That would be their primary goal in working with us. Okay. The biggest provider is West Palm from the data.
Second largest location?
Yes, county, yeah. Okay.
Wow.
Madam Chair.
Yes.
And we don't have our own ability to give vouchers even.
Right, that is true.
I mean,
We don't. We lost that ability.
It's unbelievable to me that we can't control that process.
I know.
Yeah, so we do, as you all keep saying, we do need a housing, and there are probably many issues that we need to cover, but not
No,
necessarily
it's-
here
It's
today.
a plethora of issues.
Right.
Just on this slide alone.
Right. And also, at one point, I would say, up until 2013, from what I can research, at the time, we had a housing component, at least someone addressing housing. We don't have that ability now, and Ms. Evans will talk further about that. Also, we have to come up with some way to maximize the use of our underused city areas to help protect the character of existing neighborhoods. We must come up with some ways to create incentives that will have developers come to build housing in line with costs that will keep some of this affordable and workforce housing related. We have a community that, in our industrial area, we have Amazon coming. Corporations want to think that there's going to be housing available for their employees to work in places. When we look at the housing prices in Palm Beach County, we've heard enough about that lately, that the cost of a house here is astronomical. And we as a city must develop more effective, affordable, and workforce housing policies. And we got to also identify supports. We are not an entitlement city. It would be wonderful if we got CDBG funds, really. We are thankful of the amount that the county gives us every year, but even if it's $500,000, there's very little that you can do with development with $500,000 a year. Just based upon a review and looking at all of this, we are proposing to do 2 pilots we'd like for you to consider this year. One called the Brooks Center area. That one we would like to pilot with the CRA. I'm advance forward for a moment. And even for that Brooks Center area, it's been proposed because of 3 blocks, from Barack Obama for 500, 600, 700 block. And the main reason is not only because of the lack of home ownership in that area. Out of the 39 available single-family lots, only 8 are homestead, and people who own the houses live there. We have a significant investment we made there with the Brooks Center. We have our passive park. I was told, I think Mr. Sherman, correct me if I'm wrong, you said it was about $2 million to construct the Brooks Center. So but also the city has about 4 vacant lots between those 3 blocks. There are 4 vacant lots that we have auctioned off that are still vacant up near the Brooks Center. Is another one that we're facing. And when I look and dig deeper, several of the houses have tax certificates on them. 2 of them have been returned to a bank. So to me, it might provide great opportunity. Oh, and finally, FDOT has 3 lots, and we've sent an inquiry to them to see if they're willing to surplus those 3 lots to assist us if we move forward with that project. So basically, a pilot would give us an opportunity. Hopefully, we could go in, do something that would be significant, make a difference, and then we build upon that. So that's the basis of picking that particular area, because of the availability. And most of the other homes are owned by people out of the state. I think there was only 1 Riviera Beach address, though investor related, of that 3 block. So you don't know what other opportunities could come to the table for us to purchase and revitalize those homes, and hopefully create what could be perceived as a very nice community. Okay, and as well as protect the citizens' investment in the Brooks Center and the park that they put there.
Madam Chair, if I may, to that point, one of the things that I think is important, and in my past experience, the city manager has always been given some authority to go after some of those properties that are available, whether it's tax deed or there is a desire to effectively look to part ways with those properties with the intent of adding it to the affordable housing inventory. We don't have a program built in the city of Riviera Beach that allows for that to happen. So in the event, in my past experience, if the property is an appraised value and if the city can get it for appraised value, or under the city manager working with legal had the authority to go after properties to add it to the affordable housing inventory. So one of the things that we're looking at is the possibility, if the board wants to see us look to be more participatory in those opportunities, to really put the backstop against properties going to investors. Because what's happening is persons are buying these properties sight unseen, are not even in the country in some cases. And so we do want to build out a situation where if there is tax deeds or there is an opportunity to acquire homes, that there is a pot of money that can be utilized in some form or some fashion to be able to acquire those other parcels, similar to some of the things that Ms. McBride has communicated in this presentation. And so we do want to be more aggressive in our stance and not just wait for us to get the property however way we get it, but also look to be more involved in some of the redevelopment opportunities to create housing in our community. Also, one of the things, Ms. McBride and I had a conversation with representatives from Palm Beach County. They're interested in a joint project with us as well. So if there is a land mass that we have and conceivably we want to work together, that they're amenable to that solution as well. And we're looking for other partners in this particular endeavor.
So some of the issues with the city is the housing stock. You know, it would take significant rehab to be able to bring it, and for that property to be able to go to, you know, anybody who wants it. I think that the city needs to be aggressive in trying to acquire those properties.
Yeah.
I mean, 70%, I still can't.
Yeah.
That's a number that.
From the research I read, they said 35% of rental property in a neighborhood is reasonable, generally viewed as reasonable.
But we
So we're a long way from that, yes. Okay.
Madam Chair.
Oh, yes, go ahead.
And Ms. McBride,
Yes, sir.
I understand that we're also stockpiling about 30 properties to go on with the acquiring additional parcels on tax deed. I want us to put a plan in place to start to get these developed. Because right now we can stockpile properties, but that's just what we've been doing. And I think Mr. Evans alluded to creating those partnerships with the county, with our housing authority, with some of these local nonprofits. We passed a resolution a few months ago that allowed for us to transfer property to essentially any nonprofit, not just the housing authority or the CDC. But if we can create concrete plans to develop these 30 properties in addition to the additional properties that can be obtained through tax deeds or through vacants or absent owners, I think we can just take the initiative to get it done, putting some funding into it. My only concern is I don't want us to get into the business of being landlords or property managers or any of that. That's what we have, our housing authorities, our CDCs,
Right.
our nonprofit organizations that can do this. But I think we just need to move forward and aggressively with kind of continuing to put our money where our mouth is. Put some funding into supporting our CDC that's actually just in the same area, just had a closing on a property for a new homeowner. If we can do that same thing with those 30 properties, we're changing the dynamic and increasing that percentage of home ownership by at least 10% within the next year. And that's actually my goal, to get us up to a 10% increase within a year period. So there's a lot of initiatives, but I'm going to let you finish this. And this, I already went through this
But as I
presentation.
said,
I want
yeah.
you to finish this, and then I want to go through some of the points that I have
Okay.
as well. Thank you, Mr. McBride.
And as indicated, we'll be partnering with the CRA on this project. And to me, this is a project where we have to have probably a developer come in to manage it.
Let me ask
for
a
us. Yes, sir.
hypothetical. I don't mean to cut you
Yes,
off.
ma'am.
Let me ask a hypothetical. If the city, say 10 years ago, had a plan in place to be able to aggressively buy properties that were available in the city, what do you think? You think we'll still be at this 70% if the city had that opportunity to do that? No? I would think
No,
not.
you wouldn't. No.
I-
Even if
ideally-
we had probably tried to manage how we auction off the properties before, we didn't have any reverters. If we had been more specific about what we wanted people to do with that property, or
Yeah.
even approached it differently, yeah. Yeah.
Actually,
Wait, hold on a
Madam
second.
Chair?
Yes.
Hold on one second, Mr. Evans.
Yeah, certainly, and I think one of the things is that housing was a element that was removed from development services or community development, and then also the vouchers that went over to the vouchers that went to West Palm as well. That in essence, had we had some other components to put in a backslide earlier, you probably wouldn't have been in this particular situation now. So it's always that much harder to get back into the game. But ideally, 10 to 15 years would have been where it should have been identified that, hey, we're losing footing here.
Yeah, go ahead, Mr. Lawson.
Well, just, I guess, clarity, Madam Chair. Your question was, would we be in the position if we had put a program in to purchase these properties as a city?
Yeah, we're talking now about aggressively going after these properties that are available. We've never done that. So I'm saying 10 years ago, if we would have known that we were losing footing and had this aggressiveness back then, we wouldn't be in this situation.
And that's to that point. I think that we have to kind of create that strategy of actually developing those properties, because I think we would be in the same position because we never had a plan of what we were going to do with them. Because we do own a lot of properties, and instead of actually obtaining more, we auction them off without a plan to just investors, to whoever came in with the top dollar, and we're still sitting with vacant properties.
Yeah.
So that's to that point where we have to establish a relationship. And we've had a lack of trust and support with our housing authority for years. I've seen just kind of that lack of that good partnership relationship. But I look at what's being done in Tampa and other municipalities throughout the world and throughout the country, and I see they're doing good development for housing, for affordable workforce and market rate housing. But we have to build that relationship and that strategy with the CDC, which we have a great relationship with. The housing authority, we need to come back to the table. We have the meeting coming up in a few weeks. So we have to figure out what we're going to do with this stockpile of property. So we give staff the instructions, say, here, use some of this money, buy some of this property, but then what's the next step? And that's where I think we have to really focus on to address that housing crisis, to address home ownership and owner occupancy and homesteaded properties.
As part of the project, Councilman Lawson, we are also exploring those conversations with those partners, be it Palm Beach County Housing Finance Authority, were held in the light of what can you do to assist us with this? Like the Housing Finance Authority think they will be able to provide some monies for down payment assistance. So all those things, so we have been trying to identify those. We also have been looking at grants because we realize we have a community of older persons. So accessibility is important. We have a community, I think about 1 out of every 4 of our residents might have some disability. So it's not only age accessibility, but possibly disability. And we think also we need funds for weatherization and all. So it's a combination, and we certainly need resources and people to be able to explore all of those. Another area that we have been looking at is, and we need to monitor properties that are foreclosed and banks acquire again from in our community, because they too have CRA requirements, and many times they're willing to give you or allow you to purchase those homes at a much reduced cost. Okay. So if we go back up, I don't think we need to talk anymore about the Brooks Center area. And for the Federal Gardens area, we also looked at communities to see where could we go in where the housing stock is basically good, and what is off base is renter occupied versus owner occupied. And that we will engage more in stabilization, which will include, maybe it doesn't require extensive renovation of building, because this community, I'll be honest, it only has 1 vacant lot, okay? And that's why it was chose for stabilization, also because of the owner and occupant, that we probably could possibly, with certain activities, change the dynamics of the numbers in that community to drive up home ownership. In the past 5 years, the city has made some significant improvements in infrastructure there. We would like to go in to make sure we can preserve or enhance the existing housing stock in that community. And because of its close proximity to job centers, to schools, as schools in that community, 3, the high school, the middle school, elementary school, as well as the industrial park area. In both communities, we certainly need adequate code enforcement and nuisance abatement. So when we look also at this, I have some more on Federal Gardens. That's the location, the overall.
What are those colors?
What are the colors? Well, Federal Gardens is platted 1, 2, 3, 4. So each platting community, your one represents either Federal Garden 1, 2, 3, or 4. Let me see if I can pick them up as, oh, I'm going the wrong way. Okay. Oh, can't see the, I think that's green. So that would be Federal Garden 1. And basically what I was looking for to make sure I had a good feel for those that are homestead, those that are not homestead for the Federal Garden 1 area. And look like that goes from 13, 14, 15th down to 13th. Okay. Eventually. And this is the platting number 2. It was equal there, 16 and 16. And 3, 15 and 18. And 4, 25 and 39. And those are the reasons that we had selected those things. Some of the things that we thought was important. We're infill development, and we are saying beyond infill development. We're not just interested possibly in going in and doing one house. When the day is over, we hope to have the owners buy into it, and we really revitalize those communities. So, for instance, for the Federal Garden area, we like neighborhood meetings, and we would start going back to the neighborhood sector plan that was developed in 2005. A few things have been done from that plan throughout the city with the identifiers for the different communities are there. Some of the sidewalk infrastructures related to that, lighting, and now to have a further discussion with them about what do they think. Believe me, and that doesn't mean we don't have any thoughts, but I think it is so important to have that discussion of what would you like to see. And that's a footnote I like to add. It is always easier to develop when you got blanket land. You know, I mean, that is all I can tell you. It is always, so Brooks subdivision, it took a while to get it, but it's blanket land. So once that project starts, if people have their act together, it should go well. And it could be a great community. That the way it will be designed with that horseshoe effect, and the community is all there together. All right, even 11th Street, all of those townhouses are right there together, but it's vacant land. Urban development, I'm going to tell you, it is not necessarily an easy task. It is there to be done, yes, it should be done well, but it doesn't go as quick. No development goes quick, but it certainly doesn't go as quick as when you walk in and there's vacant land for you to go from. And I'm speaking of the Brooks Center area project now. Also in the urban community, especially like in the Brooks Center area, one thing you never know too until you do those title searches on properties that have existed a long time. Even some of our vacant land, I don't know necessarily how we got those lots. So certainly you're gonna want to do your title searches, review them. You wanna, anybody we transfer in the house to, we wanna be able to give them clear title. Okay, so, and I would tell you, be it in Miami or West Palm, sometimes it takes a moment or two to clean up the title to some of the properties in urban communities east of 95, but it's okay. Usually you can get it done, okay. We also would like, especially in the Federal Garden area, do home assessment if the owners are willing. That relate to what might be needed for weatherization, be they windows, doors, roofs, accessibility programs, be they for an older age population or anybody who might have disabilities. And we are in the process of exploring with our development service area grants for those particular areas that we would like to bring back to you. We are still constantly in the process of identifying funding partners and community partners for this exercise. And the last one I'll tell you, even our partner, the Federal Home Loan Bank, they have of Atlanta, they have about 5 banks here. But if the city commits this $1 million, they will also place a $500,000 up for down payment assistance for homes. And I think the moment we can show the public and people that we have partners committed to working through this with us, and we have money for the exercise, it will help also start changing the day in our community.
Madam Chair.
Another component we have related to.
Just a quick question.
Yes, ma'am.
It looks like you've been able to determine how many of these homes were homesteaded. I mean, you have that.
Oh, yes, we have that.
Do you know how many homes in Riviera Beach are owned by Riviera Beach folks, but they don't live there? How many?
Oh, yes, I don't have that specific with me, but I do have that.
Okay.
All right. They don't live in that house.
Right, that's.
Yes. Like in the Brookson area, of the 39, only one of them was owned by, of the ones were owned by a Riviera Beach family, but they don't live there.
Of the ones that are owned, investment owned, I think it's like 15% or 25%, or no, 85% are not local. The balance is local.
Right. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
Okay.
yeah, 15%.
We also thought important in this link would be working with a career source and other means, because in riding and my many rides throughout the Federal Gardens area, as I indicated, I saw a lot of young men that I thought would have been at a job, trying to link up with, hopefully with Career Source, that we can do something to create some linkage that will possibly tie in the industrial area to partner with us for job creation, especially with someone like Amazon coming along. I don't know if we've ever had that particular talk in that community, but it might end up being a good exercise and all. And we'll be back to present further on this area to you and to update you as often as you desire to expand upon it. Yes, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm just curious, is there a way to track how many properties go off the tax rolls every year? Like, because, again, I think I mentioned before, we have, this is ought to be investigated by the federal authorities, but we have organizations that purport to be a nonprofit so that they don't pay ad valorem taxes, and they're wanting a for-profit operation. Obviously the biggest one that I think we all remember was Stony Brooks for years was held by GMP or whatever it was, and they were a nonprofit. And I'm gonna be careful, but I don't want to go there. But I'm gonna say it. But every time you turn around, there's a new church, and it's like it's not on the road. And
Hey.
but quite frankly, it's like.
Yeah.
We look at bringing, and then, I think it's a part of the whole overall conversation, because if we want more home ownership, we have to accept the fact that now we're going to have those folks taking advantage of the homestead exemption, which is going to be less dollars. And I'm okay with that if they have an investment in the community, because you clearly can see if you live on some of our streets, you can go down the street and you know who has an ownership in that community, who owns and who actually rents.
Yeah.
And being the fact that they actually have that homestead exemption, that's probably a little less dollars that comes to the city, but I think it adds more value overall. But certainly, we had the ribbon cutting.
Mr. McCoy,
last
could
week.
you explain that to me about how that works? The nonprofit piece, how does that work?
So when you're a 501c3, you don't pay ad valorem. Well, you don't pay any taxes unless there's a special assessment or something. But you don't
So
pay.
what, the nonprofit is buying the house?
Yes, it's so.
I see.
Well, not necessarily. Yes, but last week we participated in the ribbon cutting at 34th Street and Avenue O. That is done through Faith Deliverance and Community Partners. Now, quite frankly, I think the program is great, and they offer transitional housing to folks that were otherwise that came from being homeless. And this program allowed them that transitional support, and then I think they have 2 years and then another then they identify someone else that can benefit from the program. That is absolutely what I think I'm okay with. But to operate a nonprofit, but you're actually charging market rate rent with no real purpose of having a bona fide nonprofit purpose or serving a public good other than, the executive director taking a six-figure salary, it kind of, and then even too, I don't want to go too much into it, but I just want to know that we should also be cognizant of that. And I'm gonna say what I used to hear. As many churches as we have in this community, there ought to not be any crime. You know what I mean? But quite frankly, nobody should be homeless. Nobody should be hungry. So, a part of that conversation about reaching out to these other agencies, this lady, Miss Diane Lewis and Bishop Oscar Lewis, they reached out to us, right? And they basically picked up where we left off when it came to the food pantry program. So I appreciate what it is that they do. And that's why I try to literally limit, the community benefits that I get. I want to make sure that I can see it going back into the community. And they don't take salaries. Nobody takes salaries. So that's the kind of program and support. And we need to make sure that the ministers are having a seat at the table because, I was reminded, a lot of ministers have been around here and they understand the community so much so that they own a lot of the community. They have a lot of rental properties and that sort of thing. But don't come to City Hall when you have a parishioner that's displaced, when Pastor so-and-so has the ability to, let's talk about the conversation. I mean, you honest or no? I mean,
hey, give it to him. Give it to him.
So I mean, it's not just but truthfully, right? If the purpose is to be nonprofit, it shouldn't just be the city of Riviera Beach and the taxpayers' dollars that's going toward addressing social issues. That we need to bring everybody to the table as well, and that's the overarching point that I want us to understand because that often gets left out, and I want to make sure that we are taking those steps, and I think the same thing with our Alpha Education. So whatever services those organizations that are over there, they need to also, if they can serve, the population on some of these social needs, then it should be a part of the conversation. But especially when it comes to housing as well.
Yes. Okay. And then finally, the only other area, the community aesthetics was one that we would have for both of those projects, and especially for one thing that came up this week on, I think it was Today's Show. And there's an article in National Geographic that I like to share when we're talking about wellness. And it talks about how trees, shrubs, and greenery in a community help people live longer, be healthier. And it utilize Los Angeles, showing how you have all this in the wealthy community. And then by the time you get down to is hardcore communities. There's no trees, there's no greenery. And they talked about how that affects our wellness, our health, because these plants do deliver oxygen and things. So when you have communities with sidewalks, people get out and they walk more. So there are a lot of concepts I think we'll be exploring going forward.
Madam Chair.
Yes.
I referenced that article in a meeting I was at with Mr. Blankenship, and he said, I actually have a study that shows Riviera Beach and the communities in Riviera Beach, and there's a scale of 0 to 100, and there are communities in Riviera Beach which only rank 25 in terms of the amount of shade, and the way they do the analysis is they compare poverty levels to the amount of shade and so on. I'll send it to you because he sent it to me.
Good.
It's
I'd
really,
like to
really
see
interesting.
That. Okay, because I like to take those into the communities when we be talking about what we'll do there. That'd be great. Thank you.
All right, very good. Any other questions for, I know that, Mr. Lawson, I know that you had some questions. I wanted to make sure that my other two colleagues get an opportunity to speak as well. You good? Okay. Mr. Lawson, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Ms. McBride and Mr. Evans, acquiring the tax deeds on these properties is a great program for us to move forward with while implementing a process of developing them. Working with the organizations that we've worked with, the CDC, reestablishing that relationship with the Housing Authority, also looking at some block parcels so we can create some larger projects because these one-offs will start to just kind of develop things, but at a slower rate. We have to really provide a staple of housing for our residents, and also affordable and workforce housing. The foreclosure crisis is inevitable. So being prepared for that as a community, because right now, all the free federal money is running out. They're going to stop paying mortgages, they're going to stop giving assistance to renters, and it's going to hit the fan. So we have to be prepared and in a position to where we're not just stockpiling those properties, but we're creating that home ownership and actually increasing that number from that 15% that we're currently at. Funding that program, that's what our job is, to find the dollars to actually put into that program to assist these organizations to actually build these properties from the ground up. And not just the infield, also rehabilitation, rehabbing the current residents that are here, especially our senior community. So we can make sure that we can salvage and that we can avoid gentrification or actually embrace it without displacement. So gentrification is happening just without displacement of our current residents and making sure that all of our communities are part of it. One of the programs that I was thinking of and possibly looking at is we get a dollar amount to allocate those 30 properties that we currently own, and we allocate those directly to some of the nonprofits in our community, looking at the CDC and saying, here, these are the properties we have. Looking at the Housing Authority, these are the properties we have. We want you guys to develop it. We're going to assist with the funding, and you reimburse us at a 50 or 60% rate. So it offsets some of the money that we put into the actual program, but also we get those properties onto the tax roll, and we've created home ownership, requiring that first-time home buyers are actually being put into these properties. So an idea of saying, look, over the next 5 years, we contribute $1 to $2 million into these programs to provide for development and for programs to actually get people into these houses that we develop from the ground up, and having the Housing Authority or the CDC develop them. And that's on those 30 that we just have. Rehabilitation money, finding some dollars to actually rehab some of our senior properties, which we just spoke about, and homeowners rehabbing, homestead, fixed income, residential. I think those are all the notes that I took. So those are just some of the ideas to possibly look at where we can get some dollars to apply to immediately developing what we currently have and getting to work on kind of assisting with the residents.
Madam Chair, if I may.
Yes, go ahead.
To some of the points that Councilperson Lawson made, we have also had the conversation that the CRA has some of those programs in place, and so the city could conceivably pay an admin fee to the CRA to manage that component. So we are not duplicating processes and there's no ambiguity or confusion. It's the same program citywide to effectively do that. So that's a quick way to jumpstart the rehab program, down payment assistance, and first-time home buyers. So next time we do come back with you, there'll be a discussion with Ms. Jenkins, and she's out of town, but we will talk about how we would look to augment, or they would look to augment to assist us to really get the momentum moving very quickly so we don't continue to have this conversation.
And you know a guy at the CRA that you could talk to, right?
I think I do, yeah.
All right, perfect.
All right, very good.
All right, so,
No, go ahead, finish, Mr.
go ahead, Mayor.
Madam Chair. Mr. Evans, I know West Palm Beach has a great relationship with Habitat. What's our relationship? I was over there.
Yes, our relationship with Habitat is good. We have had preliminary conversations with folks that are associated with Habitat, but that's one of the components that we want to look, because we have some properties that we think would be fitting for a Habitat to move forward on, as well as community partners. They communicated to us that they want to work more in collaboration, so that's another relationship where we're hopeful.
Even that rehab piece.
Right, right.
Right, and that's what I was saying about, not just being the CDC and the Housing Authority.
Right.
We need to open this up for all the partners to be able to partake in doing rehab and new housing and that kind of thing, because just relying on those two entities within the city, we're basically spending our own money. So why not put this out for other entities to be involved with it?
So I get it set up.
Okay.
Okay, Madam Chair.
Yes, go ahead.
I know years ago we did, I think it was mentioned earlier that we used to have the program where, because a lot of the calls I get, people are looking for sod, they're looking for paint.
Right.
And that was because they were used to those programs years back when we had it here. And so.
What was that?
A lot of people, they used to give paint. To paint your homes. They used
Yeah.
to give out sod to replace your sod, your
As-
grass in the area.
As
and,
part of the program.
Like how
the
long
neighbor-
ago?
as part of the neighborhood stabilization.
Mr. Green used to run the
Yeah.
program. I forgot.
John Green.
John Green.
Yeah.
How
As
long ago
part
was
of
that,
the
though?
neighborhood stabilization
Right,
for
NSP.
Federal Gardens, we do
5 years,
have
10
some of those aesthetics, the
10 about 10.
Well, we
yeah.
had our housing
facade,
program.
grass, paint, facade.
Right.
All of those are on the listing.
No, we
Yes.
used to have
No, we
it.
used to have it.
They have a
Yeah, in
paint
the city.
lead program. What was it?
City had it.
Yeah.
The city had a
And then
program.
then we moved away from our housing program.
Right.
Right. So definitely, I know those are some of the things that people are constantly asking
Asking
for.
for.
So that would be something that we want to make sure that we include that as well.
And absolutely, and that's, some of the research that we're seeing is why folks are leaving or selling their properties is when you have a roof that's $35,000, persons are more likely to walk away and take a cash buy, and then they're done. So that's why we're looking at some of the programs in the CRA, because we can get those programs jump-started immediately instead of building out, our own program that's different and deviates from that. So that's some of the components that we'll look to reinstitute.
Okay. Thank you.
All right, very good. Mr.
So, Madam Chair, the board is in favor of the $1 million that we've,
Wait. Okay. This is just a workshop we spoke of earlier with Federal Home Loan Bank. We'll be working on that and planning it for sometime in October. And we hope to have, like I say, banking, business community, nonprofits, other governmental entities there as we look and address and come up with some plans for our city. Okay.
and Madam Chair, our goal is hopefully, with the city looking to commit possibly 1 million.
Again, put that back up.
To possibly look to get 2 million from other partners, so we can have 3 million in totality, whether it's in-kind services or actual properties. I was just drafting an email to my good friend Manny at the port and see if they have any opportunities any desire to partner with the city, as well as Viking. They have some properties as well, so there is some opportunities to create that synergy to have multiple folks taking a look at this. So we will bring this back, and hopefully when we get to that workshop, and then when we have our workshop with the CDC and the Housing Authority, we can hopefully put together a war chest of well over $2 to $3 million associated with housing in our
They don't
community.
have any money, do they?
Oh, you're talking about the Palm Beach County.
Right, the housing,
Oh,
yeah.
I was gonna say,
Yeah.
Refugees don't have no money.
Yes.
We need to partner
But
with
the
somebody who
Housing
have money.
Finance
Right.
Authority
The-
clearly has
yeah.
money.
Thank you.
Okay.
And then two, it has to be a situation where it could be a nonprofit and for-profit.
Right.
Yeah.
That is true. Some of the best work has been done by those partnerships. too.
Yes.
Yeah.
All right, very good. Can I get a copy of that? That?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right, very good. Are there any other questions? I know, Mr. Lawson, you had some other stuff. Did you want to?
No, I covered everything, Madam Chair. Thank you.
All right, very good. Are there any other questions? Mr. Evans?
Madam Chair and members of the board, thank you for your input. We will summarize this. We also will be sending you information related to the workshop on Thursday. You'll be getting that information probably either close of business Monday or Tuesday at the latest, but that's just an update on the goals and objectives that are contained in the FY20 budget, 2021 budget, and then what staff is looking to put forward as goals and objectives for the 22 budget. And then on the 28th will be a discussion with you all on your vision based on all the information that you've gotten from staff and these discussions.
I'm sorry, what date was that? What date was that?
The 28th.
28.
I don't know what y'all packing up for. Y'all said we were going to 5, so. No, y'all wanted to go to 5, so we gonna keep talking. All right. All right, very good. Where's my thing? This meeting is adjourned.
Thank you.